All right, good evening. It's 6 p.m. It is October the 12th. And this is the regular meeting of the Town of Spencer Board of Aldermen. And with that, I call the meeting to order. We have a full member representation from our board this evening. And so with that, we will move into our invocation given by Mayor Pro Tem.
Father, we come humbly before you and ask that you guide us tonight in our decisions for our town and citizens. Keep us mindful of all the blessings you have bestowed upon our little town, but also determined to address problems and issues with maturity, discernment, and optimism. We thank you very much for our talented staff and citizens, and we thank you for the hard work of our mayor and officials. We pray for your presence in our meeting tonight. Amen.
All right, please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, at this point, are there any recognitions that the board wishes to make? All right, hearing none. Are there any adjustments to the agenda? And if not, is there a motion to adopt?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I move to adopt the agenda as presented.
Okay, there is a motion by Ms. Sledge. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second by Mayor Pro Tem. Any further discussion? Mr. Miller?
Yeah, one of the things we've been talking back there is the possibility of putting some lights on the new building back there on Town Hall and Park Plaza. I'd like to have that added to the agenda tonight.
Do we want to add that as a separate item, or do we want to address that during the town manager report
Town
discussing?
manager and also Joel will help us on that.
So we can address that then at that time?
Please.
Okay, very good. Okay, so that doesn't require a formal change to the agenda. We'll add that as discussion during those departmental reports. Any other discussion? All right, there's a motion and a second before you. All in favor? All right, all opposed? All right, our agenda is adopted. And so with that, we will now open up for public comment. As a reminder, each speaker is allowed 3 minutes to speak, and we will ask that they come to the front there where the manager is and state their name and address, and we will then recognize them to speak. Before we get to that, Ms. Craven, have we had any written or emailed correspondence?
No.
Okay, so we've had none. And with that, we'll open it up for public comment. Is there anyone here tonight that wishes to speak during public comment? Yes, I see Leslie Talbot.
If I'm here, I'm going to speak.
Very good.
Do I have to be sworn or just give my name and address?
Just name and address.
Leslie Ann Talbot, 308 North Salisbury Avenue, Spencer, North Carolina. I want to take a moment to recognize and express my appreciation for some of the members on the Board of Aldermen, namely Mr. Miller and Mr. Bish. Mr. Miller, because there was some concern about the window boxes, the sidewalk boxes looking a little raggedy, and he got out there, he got people to volunteer to help, and then this past weekend, he was out there weeding again, and I really, really appreciate it, because that's what we've got to do in order to keep our Main Street looking good. We have to continue to follow up. We can't rest on our laurels. So thank you, Mr. Miller. And Mr. Bish, I want to thank you. I had a concern that was something that was going on in the neighborhood. I shared it. You followed up. You made sure that it was addressed. It's decided improvement. We're not where I ideally would like us to be, but it's 100% better than it was, and I really appreciate you working with me to help me out. So that's all I have to say. Really.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Talbot. Thanks for coming tonight.
Thank you.
All right. Are there others that wish to speak for public comment? All right. Seeing none, public comment is closed, and with that, we'll move to our consent agenda. And so we have a few items on the consent agenda for tonight. Our approval of minutes from August 5th, September 9th, and September 14th. And then a budget amendment ordinance 21-019. So with that, is there any discussion on the consent agenda or any reason to pull any of those items from the consent agenda for further discussion tonight? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Motion to approve it.
All right, there's a motion by Mr. Miller. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Sledge. All in favor? All right, all opposed? All right, the consent agenda is approved. All right, the next item, we will receive an update from the Rowan Economic Development Corporation, as well as Withers and Ravenel on the Duke Energy Site Readiness Program. So with that, we'll invite Scott Shelton forward from the EDC.
Thank you, Mayor and board members. As the board is aware, EDC is constantly trying to improve our inventory of available sites. And about a year ago, the board heard a presentation similar to what you'll hear tonight. And it was regarding Jack Fisher, the Lamb Fisher property on Hackett Street. That presentation was made possible by our friends at Duke Energy through their site readiness program. This program is a wonderful tool to assess site potential for future development. And Duke was gracious enough to allow us to participate in the program yet again this year. And tonight, we're going to be presenting on the former finishing company site down there on 29 by the river. As I mentioned, Duke makes these presentations possible. And here tonight, representing Duke Energy is Ms. Tammy Whaley. And Tammy is the Economic Development Manager for Duke for our region. And I've known Tammy for 12 years. She's a wonderful advocate for Spencer and all of Rowan County. And I'd like to thank her and Randy Broom, who's kind of the godfather of this program for Duke Energy, for giving us a chance yet again to participate. So I'm going to turn it over to her, let her say a few words about the program and go from there. But I also want to recognize one of the owners of the properties here in attendance tonight, Mr. Ken Fleming in the back. So again, thanks for your time, and I'm going to turn it over to Tammy.
All right, thank you, Scott.
Thank you, Scott. Good evening.
Good evening.
I have been with Duke for 35 years, and I gotta tell you, I started my Duke family career a couple of blocks just north of here, I guess, in Salisbury in Rowan County on 14th Street. So we're not supposed to play favorites. I cover 14 counties, with Charlotte, Mecklenburg County being kind of the center of that, and then the adjacent counties to Mecklenburg County. But I gotta tell you that Rowan County will always have a very special place in my heart. So it is an honor and a pleasure to be here. And it's always a very good experience when I'm working with the Rowan County EDC group. The site readiness, I don't want to take a lot of time because what you really want to hear is from Withers Ravenel. The site readiness program, I just want to let you make you aware of the program. The purpose of it is to help our counties identify, assess, improve, and then market the availability of potential sites for industrial development. Why do we pick industrial? Well, you can't do everything. So our focus at economic development for Duke Energy is to focus on those manufacturing projects, because if you can recruit manufacturing, high level manufacturing jobs, that's where the other growth will come beyond that. So the purpose of the program is to help our partners, our county partners, identify, assess, improve, and increase the visibility of these type of sites. So I was extremely just excited for Scott to put 2 sites in this year for Rowan County. We've had this program for about 16 years. We have analyzed roughly 319 sites. That's across 6 states, but over half of those have been in North Carolina and South Carolina. Rowan County has actually had 12 of those sites since 2008. So they've been a very active partner and see the value in this. Of those 312 sites that we've evaluated in the last 16 years, 67 projects have ended up on one of those site readiness sites, 67. Those 67 projects basically represent over $9 billion in investment and over 13,000 jobs. Now, do we guarantee that you're going to get a project or or the site will be developed? No. But once it goes through this program, it's the first step forward to taking the next steps to making it a site that's marketable and ready for development. So we are very excited to be doing this program. We partner with companies like Withers Ravenel to do these studies. In this case, for this site, it's what we call a site readiness light. And the deliverable after this study is what Jason is going to share with you from Withers Ravenel. He's looked at the site, his company's looked at the site, they look at it from a desktop, what we call a desktop. It's not a certified, it's not a certification study, but he looks at it and he sees the land and he incorporates what's around the land. He determines what's actually developable of that land. You know, sometimes people will say, I have 300 acres and I want to develop it. Well, maybe only 100 for whatever reason is really developable. So the purpose is for him to take a look at this property to figure out what is developable and then to help us create conceptual drawings of the different types of buildings you could possibly put on this land. So the value to our partners like Scott at the Rowan EDC is that when they get a project that comes through and they say, oh, we need 50 acres that's rail accessible, it's a manufacturing project, the deliverable that Scott now has is going to be like a conceptual plan that he can say, wow, this land we just looked at, here's a possible conceptual design for what you're looking for. So that's where you get the increased visibility and marketability of the site. So I'm very excited. I could talk about it for all night. I'm very excited to introduce Jason with Withers Ravenel. I'm going to let him introduce his company, and then he's going to jump right in and go through the analysis that he did on this particular site. Thanks so much for your time tonight. I know you guys always have a lot to talk about and your agendas are full. So I appreciate the fact that you're looking at this and supporting economic development.
Well, we thank you for your partnership.
Yeah, thank you, Bill.
Jamie, would it be possible to stand during my presentation, or I need to? sit
Absolutely.
with this mic? Because I do better moving around and talking and pointing and things like that, so.
If you could at least hold this. Hold on, wiggle it.
Not a problem. I'll do my best. We'll tell you what. Let's see if they can hear me over there if I enunciate. I promise to enunciate. I was formerly a Little League baseball coach, so I can talk really loud. So again, my name is Jason Bertoncino. I'm a site civil engineer with Withers Ravenel. I've been with the firm for 24 years now. I was at the city of Fayetteville for a couple of years prior to that. So I have been around the industry for a little while. We are a site civil environmental surveying firm that throughout North Carolina, we have offices from Wilmington all the way to Asheville. I have the good fortune of getting to sit in all of our offices at various points in time. So I don't really claim a home, even though I do live closest to our Cary office. But I don't have a desk there, believe it or not. So again, Tammy was not kidding around when she said that Rowan County is very popular with the program. She said they're doing 9 sites this year. 2 of them are in Rowan County. So I mean, again, you all do a great job of participating. We were able to meet earlier this year, sit down. The mayor, the manager, also Joe Morse of the town gave us quite a bit of background information. I am going to hit the highlights of the report. I'm not going to bore you with all of the details in here, but it is a desktop review. We want to give you all some background relative to this site. So with that, let's hit our next slide. Again, I'm not going to get too much into the details. Everyone here, I'm sure, is fairly aware of the history of the site. Obviously, this site was very instrumental in this community for a very long time, very important to the community. It hasn't been in any sort of service since about the year 2000. Really, when we look at this site, I'm going to talk about two sections, the northern section and the southern section. They sort of operate a little bit differently from what we look at from a site perspective. So again, that's why we'll sort of refer to things in that way. The northern section, you know, is a little bit murky. We don't have a true boundary survey, but it seems to be about 51.2 acres. There are some existing rights-of-way that sort of divide the parcels up in there. The southern section, again, just almost 126 acres. Biggest thing to know about the southern section we'll talk about a little bit is it doesn't truly have any road frontage right now. So we'll talk about that and access a little bit later. There is brownfields. There was some contamination with the former operation of the site, and there was also a former wastewater treatment facility, you know, operating in this area. You can still see some remnants of that in the aerial photo. Most of the operations, again, happening on the northern track, with this treatment facility being on the southern track. Let's go to the next site. So one of the very first things we look at, topography of the site. Fairly typical for the western Piedmont of North Carolina. Got some elevation ranges there from, you know, again, about 728 feet down to 626 feet down at the river. But for the most part, where we look at the buildable areas, that range is a whole lot tighter. 710 feet in elevation to 650 feet in elevation. We looked at drainage features. We looked at steep slope areas. So as you see here, you got a couple different colors, a pink color and a purple color. The pink color represents slope ranges from 10 to 20%, and the purple color is over 20%. So when you get over 10%, you start to see increase in costs from grading and things of that nature. Something, you know, if you're competing with a company for a manufacturing facility against, say, Dallas or, you know, some other place, Pender County in North Carolina, you know, obviously grading becomes a little bit of a conversation, but it's not so extreme that it becomes problematic. When you get over 20%, again, typically we try to avoid those areas. It gets a lot more expensive to grade. You start to find rock in those areas, again, because it's very steep slopes, as you might expect. But overall, again, it is a very developable site, very typical for this part of North Carolina. And I mean, everyone here knows and thinking about what might go there. Let's go on to the next slide. Transportation. So again, another thing that we look at in this report is, you know, rail, highway, airports, seaports, and things of that nature. So overall, this is, again, central North Carolina, very well situated. You know, we all, again, understand the region from Charlotte to Greensboro, how successful we are in this state. We're very fortunate. It's not just because we have great weather, although that helps. You know, we are very well located overall. We have a very good highway system. We have a very good port system. We have a very good rail system. So again, this site, we have the Norfolk Southern Railway that runs the NC Rail Company's corridor, operated by Norfolk Southern, that runs adjacent to the site. There's probably some opportunities there that could be done to tie to that. Multiple airports nearby. You can see all these little blue dots for various airports, with the big ones being Charlotte and Greensboro. Charlotte, obviously, one of the largest airports in the world. I think they're close to 200 different destinations now that you can fly nonstop from Charlotte. Greensboro is a huge logistics hub. Obviously, everyone knows the FedEx facility there. So again, when you're attracting jobs in manufacturing, great location. You have a nice local airport here in Salisbury, and then even the airport down in Concord. That's a fairly large facility from an executive type standpoint. Again, things that may help entice a site. You know, again, the highway system, we're right at 85 on this site. Even though we're not as close maybe to a north and south highway, 85, excuse me, is the east-west highway in Interstate 40. We do have 85 for what they call north-south on 77. It's really closer than it seems, right? Because if you're going to go to 40 west, you know, you're going to be able to head through Statesville and get that way. And if you're going to go 40 east, you're sort of already on 40 east, right? Because you're getting on 85 and they meet in Greensboro. And so you're not adding any travel time. So little bit of a misnomer from what some people look at. They look at a north-south interstate and an east-west. In this particular case, the north-south interstate, we nailed. The east-west interstate, again, making sure we tell that story correctly. It's better than it might appear on paper from a proximity standpoint. Good. The next slide. So all this builds, we looked at the National Wetlands Inventory map, we looked at the soils map, we looked at the topography, and all of this comes to what Tammy was referring to, and that's the buildable area map. And for this particular case, I'm going to start on the southern side and how we got there, because the northern side is a little more complicated in what I look at again. So we've got a couple of areas here you can see in orange. They're divided by a power line easement running this way. There is another power line easement that runs along the western side of the property. There's a fairly large drainage feature. You can see this light blue line as part of the FEMA mapped area. Most of the FEMA mapped areas are associated with the Yadkin River and High Rock Lake. They don't rise very high in this area in relative terms, which is nice, but you do have some backwater that comes up into this channel. We also have a fairly significant drainage feature that comes down between these two parcels. We know that, again, we can see the topography. There's not anything that shows up on the National Wetland Inventory map, but we know from looking at the land site that there were actually some wetlands in that drainage feature. So we would expect there might be something that's regulated there. I'll get into that a little bit when we talk about the recommendations later. But these are really the footprints. I've left a fairly large area out of the northern part of this southern section. That's where the old wastewater treatment facility is. In reviewing the old environmental reports, there's also some reference to some construction debris landfills that are not located or necessarily sized. These don't typically present a problem, other than you might not want someone might not want to buy them from that standpoint, but they don't typically affect the areas not over top of them from a construction standpoint with vapors and things of that nature. Certainly, and this will be a theme we'll talk about, that's something that probably you want to better identify if you want to make this a faster market type property. This may even be, you may have a buyer come in that again wants to purchase this that says simply, we would like this carved out of the site. Very, very possible. We see things like that all the time. But we didn't include it in our buildable area because, again, if you have even a construction debris landfill, even if it's inert, you sort of start to worry about building footings and structures and things like that from a settling standpoint. So we left that out of our buildable area in this particular report. It may be something that over time, if that's investigated further, more information's known, maybe parts of that can come back into the project. But we really didn't have any specifics relative to that location. There's some anecdotal evidence, if you look over time, old area photos, that some of that might have occurred up in this corner, as well as a second one kind of down in here. And that's really the basis for that. On this northern portion, a lot of the contamination relative to the operation of the dyeing facility on the old site still exists in this area. Most of the buildings have been taken down. So there's still some environmental concerns, brownfields concerns in this area. For the purpose of this report, we took the sort of the tactic that we were going to assume that was going to be taken care of, to really look at the potential of what you could do up here and whatnot. Because again, most of those things can be addressed with mitigation and time and a little bit of effort. Certainly, I know most of you may know there was a brownfield agreement started at one point in time, and time flies. That was 2005. For those of you that remember it fondly. I don't believe that ever got finalized, so we don't know all the restrictions that came with that. I'm not, again, also not given much information past 2002 relative to monitoring and other remediations on the site. So again, it's probably something that's going to need to be readdressed unless you find a patient buyer. There's certainly buyers out there savvy enough to deal with those types of conditions that can come in and look at that. But if you were wanting to attract, the next great manufacturer, things like that need a speed to market, need to come in and build a manufacturing facility, because in 2 years, if they're not selling product, they got to find another place to be. That's probably not the site for them with the state it's in now. again, that, I don't wanna discourage you or sound like, you know, that it's not a good site. I think there's a lot of opportunities out here, but it's understanding your marketplace is really what we're talking about there. So we can, so from that buildable area, we create a concept plan. Let's do one more slide there. There we go. Create a concept plan, you know, relative to this site. So I'll sort of talk through some of the issues we talked about relative to this plan. Again, this plan is intended to take the buildable areas and create some scale. So we can understand the size of the types of buildings, you know, gotta make sure we remember parking, things of that nature. So obviously, again, I wanna reiterate, there's a lot of opportunities for this site. Especially on this northern parcel with the river views and things of that nature, there's a lot to be attractive about it. Good location, central North Carolina, close to the interstate, all of those things that we talked about. Again, starting on the southern side of the site, I put, you know, we had some larger buildable areas. I put two a little bit larger footprint buildings on here, with this larger one being 300,000 square feet on a single story. And this second one being 75,000 square feet again on the single story. We had another buildable area, for those of you that remember, sort of down in this location. It was pretty small and tight. I also felt like we probably needed to bring an access road into this in some form or fashion. And then we had another area over here, but it was crossing another drainage feature. It was relatively tight. There is another sort of draw. You can see that the dark tree line in here. There's another sort of drainage feature through there. You know, this might hold a similar building, maybe a little bit smaller than this G area over here. But again, we'll get into the recommendations, but there's probably some things you need to look at before you think too far along those lines. The biggest challenge, again, with the south side of the property is it doesn't have direct road frontage and connection. And so assuming you were to work with the Lamb Fisher property here to the south and create a connection point out to Hackett, even in that standpoint, you know, this point on Hackett is really 1.5 miles with relatively local streets back to the closest main road, if you will, from that standpoint. So by the time you get back into here, you're well over 2 miles getting back to that facility. You do start to create some questions and comments with the local fire marshals and things of that nature when you have those long dead end type facilities and what's going to happen there. So obviously you could have scattered a bunch of little bit of buildings in here, and that's certainly still a possibility to do a number of smaller buildings in this location. But what I've found over the years, it's typically easier to deal with sort of these one-offs one time than 10 or 12 different times with multiple users and things of that nature. So, you know, again, I think this is an issue when we talk about speed to market. Understanding this access is going to be very important when you're trying to market this site out there, because you're going to have someone a very difficult time wanting to invest and spend the millions of dollars in these types of facilities if they don't know that they can get there. So that's something that's definitely going to need to be addressed on this southern portion of the property. On the northern portion of the property, we got a little bit more creative. Again, we were able to meet with the mayor and the manager and Joe here to talk about some of the things. Understanding that, again, Duke's program is geared towards manufacturing and jobs and things of that nature. And that's really what these sort of buildings see and do. They're very typical 100,000 square foot, 85,000 square foot, you know, truck docks, things of that nature. That's something very typical you can see. In fact, there's communities in North Carolina, this 100,000 square foot footprint there, they're just putting on the ground spec and leasing them before or selling them before they can even be done. I'm not suggesting that's the right move for this community, but we're seeing buildings like that in this sort of tech flex, mixed use type manufacturing facilities in North Carolina, all over the state. Just move as fast as they can be built. Again, 85,000 square feet, very similar facility. Could easily be a job or a site, you know, maybe even 2 manufacturers. Set a little bit of a parking area out, you know, in front of that building. We left this sort of corner. This obviously is a gateway for the town, we believe. I know that you know, you have some master plans about pedestrian connections across the old bridge. There's a lot of park spaces across across the line here in Davidson County. So we really felt like we wanted to keep the ability to have a gateway corner, some connection to those facilities, the parks, again, the pedestrian components. And then this is where we got a little more creative with these buildings A, B, and E. Again, remembering all of these square footages are just a single story. And these buildings A and B are where I think you might be able to get the most creative when it comes to mixed uses. And again, that's not necessarily the focus of this program, but there is a lot of topography in this area falling generally in this direction. We try to honor the existing right of ways as much as we can. I think you might want to think about that a little bit because there's some opportunities to maybe be flexible here. But this would set up, again, two 80,000 square foot footprints. You could do first floor office, incubator space, maybe even some retail space, maybe with some residential above. You could park underneath it and still have, again, this first floor component, things of that nature on these buildings. Again, create a little courtyard in that area. Take advantage of the views down the river to whatever extent you can. Again, keep in mind, most of the contamination relative to the old use of the property is on this northern parcel. Most of that contamination is more down in this lower section, and the grades fall off this way. The gradient, the groundwater flows towards the river in that particular direction. So that really means if you're going, I'm not sitting here saying that the state would accept any residential uses, even above grade. But I think if you're going to ask, if you're going to have that conversation, that's the only place on the site that you can have that conversation. Because it's up gradient from any old contaminations. There's some things there. Again, similarly, there's building E, just a small building behind the old church. And what we did in this particular area is we created a large parking area, 180 spaces. Again, you maybe even get closer to 200 in this central area. The thought being, you work with the church property there, bring public water and sewer to it, create a new parking area. Could this be a community gathering space? Could you have food truck rallies? But again, if we created some other uses in here, you have a live, work, play environment. If we can address the environmental concerns, you obviously have the connection to the parks. Could this become another opportunity for the community overall? So again, this is just a small building. Would sits high on the hill compared to everything else. It could be a small office. It could be a small flex space. It could even be a small residential building, townhomes, maybe even some market rate apartments or things like that. Maybe even an affordable housing component that again was integrated into all of this particular neighborhood, working with the church to enhance their facilities and complement their facilities while maximizing the use of the land. The other thing, again, if you remember back to my topography map, there was a lot of that pink and purple on here. So these smaller footprints and multi-story footprints in a couple of cases, A, B, and E, really help work with the land a little bit. So, we had a little bit flatter areas over on this south side and we want the larger footprints, but you're probably not going to do that much, again, in this northern section, just given the grades, if you're trying to maximize everything. We talked about pedestrian connections and church. This next part really is the key, the next steps and speed to market. So a lot of folks on the economic development side will tell you, Scott will tell you, his phone rings off the hook daily, multiple times a day with, what do you got? We want to come to your community. We want to do these things. They want things that are ready. Again, that's not what this site is at this point in time. It doesn't mean that you can't continue to progress in that direction, while at the same time, maybe there is a user out there that's savvy to some of these things and is patient and is willing to work in those directions. So again, to bring it closer to the notion of speed to market, we would recommend some additional investigations, detailed wetland investigations. And we use the National Wetland Inventory. Imagine someone did a wetland study for the entire country all at once by looking at aerial photos, how accurate that is. It's not as bad as it sounds, but it is only limited accuracy. So we do think that you should do a site-specific wetland investigation, site-specific geotechnical investigation, understand rock and groundwater. I will tell you, in looking at the soils maps and the type of soils out here, and certainly there's some of you that are more savvy about this than me because you've lived here your whole lives. Generally speaking, depth of groundwater and depth of rock is not a concern in this particular area. So that's a good thing. There's a lot of places in the state, I can tell you that's not true. So again, but it wouldn't hurt to have that information. We see a site selector come to town. These reports here, wetlands, geotechnical investigation, threatened and endangered species report, and sort of a historical resource review from the state. Those are sort of the minimum check boxes they want to see before they're going to advise their client to move forward. I don't want to venture too far outside of my area of expertise, but I've done a number of these, not just in the lake program. And the site selectors will tell you, they start with this funnel, and they're really trying to differentiate because they've got to get the site down for their customers as quickly as they can to 4, 5, or 6 sites. And if you don't have a lot of these boxes checked, even if it's the perfect site, you just simply eliminate it from consideration early on. Again, there may be other users, but if you're talking about a specific end user manufacturing facility, probably not quite ready for that. These first 4 things will really, really help that. And then the last 2 things we talked about, again, brownfields agreement. Brownfields agreement from 2005 was draft. It appeared to be reviewed by the state. It had a requirement to be executed within 18 months to move forward with that project at that time. Obviously, that project didn't occur. Again, that I can find, that was never finalized. So I know this is going to sound shocking. There's different people at the state that review things differently now than did in 2005. So the rules of engagement are probably a little bit different. So, again, re-engaging in that process is probably a good thing. It's not nearly the priority of these other 4. And continuing to figure out how to address access to the southern parcel. Again, another really important thing to make this property ready to go to market from a use standpoint. It could sell tomorrow. You could have a savvy investor again, very similar to what's happened out at the old Performance Fiber site on 70. Right, there was a very savvy investor that came in, was patient, knew what they were doing. Those people are out there. So I don't want to sound like there's not. But it's probably not going to be the next tire plant or the next whatever glass factory or whatever it might be at this point in time. Just not at this stage. So with that, that's really the crux of the report and what we brought together. Does anyone have any questions?
I have a question, Jason. At one time, there was access to that property from Highway 29, because at one time, the North Carolina Fishing Company had a clubhouse on that side of the river. On that side of the road.
Yeah, I actually think that building is still down in here in the bottom there. There's a rooftop anyway.
Okay.
I'm not sure of that.
No, it's not there anymore. And the reason that Brownsfield fell through was because David Risden, who came in and built everybody of thousands and thousands of dollars and then departed the neighborhood, hired a construction crew to bulldoze the dikes that were holding all the wastewater in this area. There were 6 to 8 containment ponds right here. And there was a dam, an earthen dam. Well, he took it upon himself on a rainy day to bring in 2 track hose and a bulldozer and bulldoze that dam and allowed all that wastewater to pour into the Yadkin River. And that's why the Brownsfield agreement fell through. I remember passing that morning and made a emergency phone call to the then town manager, Larry Smith, to see if we could get the sheriff's department to do a stop work order, and it didn't come about. So yeah, and you're right. There used to be a clubhouse, a beautiful one that set up on a bluff right across from the finishing company, and it was used as a supper club. But that was bulldozed when Risden purchased the property.
But there,
There does appear to be the remnants of a gravel entrance down
Okay.
there.
Okay.
That's it.
yeah. all right.
That's been taken up. I'm not an attorney, and I didn't stay the Holiday Inn Express last night, so I'm going to be careful how I answer that. But there might be some right of entry to restore that crossing relative to the rail company. obviously, this is a very important rail corridor in the state. What I'm telling you is that if you change the nature of the crossing, so for instance, you want to bring it to the standard of a manufacturing facility, I'm not gonna say it's impossible.
It's just not
I never
likely.
say things like that, but it would be very difficult to get that approved, through the NC Rail and Norfolk Southern.
Okay,
Yeah, Pat, we talked. I think the more logical solution for access to both the Lamb Fisher site and the finishing company site would be to come off of Hinkle Lane
right,
where Innispec is, and then
Right.
come around the backside of Innispec, because I know that Innispec is also interested in additional access in that way. Any way to avoid Hackett Street, I think
Right.
would be preferable.
okay.
Yeah, right, that's the frontage road that comes in right off the interstate, right. That would be a wonderful solution, if that could be worked out with Innispec, to bring a road that created circulation through there and really made that not a dead end, that would be a win-win-win. I guess I don't want to speak for Innispec for it go through, but that would certainly be very beneficial to this area. There's no question that there's any number of solutions like that that could potentially happen.
Other questions? All right. Well, we appreciate all the work, and again, we appreciate Withers and Ravenel, the work you've done. We appreciate Duke Energy and being supportive of this and the site readiness program. And Scott Shelton, we thank you and your partners at the EDC for keeping an eye out for Spencer and helping us. And I guess I want to recognize Mr. Fleming as well. Thank you for being here. And I don't know if there's anything that you want to say as the property owner. All right. Very good. Well, thanks for being here tonight.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, one thing, I have one question. Speaking of property owners, I'm have my curiosity as to whether or not Donald Rand has been approached by the EDC or anyone else regarding.
So
The
Donald
usage.
and Mr. Fleming are business partners and own the property jointly.
Okay,
So they, Mr. Shelton has been in touch with both of them.
okay.
Yep.
Good.
All right. Anything else? All right. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much.
All right. The next item on our agenda is a presentation from Snow Benefits Group for group insurance renewal for our town employees.
There, I will see if they're waiting.
Okay. Very good.
You got that hate mail I sent to you?
Let's see. No cuss words, so no not be yet. I know you love me.
Just so y'all know, Pat brought food in case we go deep into the night.
What snacks?
Good thinking.
It's a fresh bag, hadn't even been opened yet. Picked it up today at our local food line. And napkins too, by the way. Pack of napkins.
Are they here?
They do not appear to be here at the moment, although we were in touch with them earlier today, and Mr. Snow said he looked forward to seeing us tonight, so.
Okay. Well,
Might think it starts at the old time.
that is quite possible. Well, let's move along, and then if it's consensus of the board, we can circle back to them once they arrive. All right, the next item on our agenda is setting a public hearing on a proposed ordinance to amend Chapter 70 and 71 of the Code of Ordinances to regulate utility vehicles in the town. This is attachment 2 in your agenda notebook. And as a reminder,
I have a question about
Yes.
that. There's a place in here where it says, the modified utility vehicle talks about a maximum speed capability of 40 miles per hour or greater. Is that,
Yes, because UTVs typically exceed that. Yeah.
The golf carts are under 20 miles.
yeah. But it says it's not capable, the golf cart is
Golf
not
cart's
capable,
not,
but it
apparently
says
they're
this
not.
one is.
I mean, it says that if you're traveling in a 35-mile speed limit, it's gonna be under that 35.
Right, right. It just seemed like it read strange to me.
And again, this is not allowing, I mean, this is basically not talking about ATVs or four-wheelers, or golf carts in particular. This is reference to,
Gators.
right.
I checked to see how much those were and whether I wanted to invest in one.
And so again, what I want to point out,
Right.
Traveling down Pearl Street.
I can go get my mulch with it.
Yes, good.
Yeah, instead of putting it in my car.
yeah, and so this is important to point out. We are not suggesting regulating modified utility vehicles. So we're providing a recommendation of what a modified utility vehicle is. What we are saying is a utility vehicle. If you look in the policy statement, we're suggesting to allow golf carts and utility vehicles as defined in section 70.01 above. And you'll see right above that policy statement, there is a definition of utility vehicle.
Right.
Okay? And so what we are specifically saying is we will allow utility vehicles because that's what the regulation that was passed by the state that allows us to self-regulate that. But what we're saying is we're not going to allow those modified utility vehicles that basically have these souped up engines that can go 40 miles an hour or more.
Mayor, if I may add in,
Yes.
you know, there were two pieces of legislation that happened this year, and the one affecting Spencer with local legislation was about this utility vehicle definition, which allows it added Spencer and a few other towns to an already existing piece of legislation that allows it to be regulated by the town, similar to golf carts. The modified utility vehicle legislation was general legislation that the state passed and was being enacted as of October that that allows modified utility vehicles that I believe actually has a lower, a more restrictive definition on per state law on certain types of streets. You know, for example, if the street has a speed limit below 55 miles per hour and such. And so they're both in here just because of that reason, that, you know, for reference. But the topic of the town's ordinance is on the utility vehicle.
This still requires a licensed driver, is that correct?
That is correct. Yes.
Didn't we start out with this because there was a question about an individual who was not able to drive a vehicle?
Yeah.
And we were trying
And
to,
the consensus of the board at that time was that we were going to continue with requiring drivers to be licensed.
okay,
And I think in light of the fact we're now adding utility vehicles, that is even more imperative with our current regulation.
right.
So there is no change to the licensure requirements. Basically, what we are saying is the same process that would be required for golf carts. To have those, you have to have a permit for those, and they have to be inspected. The same would apply for utility vehicles now in the town as well.
That would also include liability insurance going back to the town.
That is correct. I believe that is basically anything that is in place right now for golf carts would
carry
also
over
apply
that.
for the utility vehicles. Correct.
Does the police department, I know they keep up with all that. I guess they keep documents on the liability insurance with all these people, right?
I do
Well,
not know.
The policy statement says that the town shall have no liability under any theory of liability for permitting carts to be operated on streets under legislative authority.
Yeah, but
Right.
the owners of the vehicle have to provide liability.
Yeah.
And I hope we keep a copy of that as far as that goes.
I do not know. I don't, the permitting process, I am not sure if we
I think that's
require
something
proof
we
of
need to
that.
check on. And I said also we put out little tags or little decals saying that the vehicle has been inspected as far as that goes and it is insured.
I believe well, and Peter, you may be able to, or have Chief to come in and speak to this, the process for which those permits are issued.
Yes.
I know most most
Yes,
locations I'm familiar with have an annual sticker. that
Yes,
they're getting.
the chief does inspect those. They on an annual basis are to come in terms of the way it has worked with the golf carts. If you look at section P of the section 7158P talks about that each owner shall have proof of cart ownership, must complete a waiver of liability, releasing the town from all liability, and will be kept on file with the police department. And I believe there is another section
And it
of
does
this referring-
discuss, the section Q discusses the permit sticker
Yes,
and the $5 fee.
and then the R is talking about the liability insurance coverage.
Further questions on that?
That's it. Just as long as we
Okay.
do that. I just
Yeah.
want to make sure we enforce that.
No, that's good. Okay, so what we're being asked tonight is to actually set a public hearing on the proposed ordinance to amend those chapters. And so, Peter, the recommendation to set that would be at our next regularly scheduled meeting or next pre-agenda meeting?
I think either would work.
Okay.
For the,
My
whichever.
recommendation would be to schedule it for the next pre-agenda meeting. And that way, depending on the feedback we get, then we can take it under consideration for a vote at our regular meeting in November.
You need a motion to that?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we establish a public hearing for the purpose of the policy for utility vehicles to be added to our pre-agenda meeting in November.
I second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor? All right, all opposed? All right, very good. So we have set that public hearing for our next pre-agenda meeting in November. Thank you all. All right, and it does look like our folks from Snow Benefits are here, so we will circle back to item 8, and we'll receive a presentation from Snow Benefits Group for our group insurance renewal for our town employees.
Yes, so with us, we have Ed Snow and Lee Snow and Snow Benefits Group to talk about our renewal package for the coming planned year. And are y'all both going to be speaking? If so, I can yield the chair. Happy to do so.
I'm going to speak a little bit. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Well, good evening, everyone.
Good
Good
evening.
evening.
Good evening.
Everybody hear me okay?
Yep.
Yeah.
Give those all hands stuff out. This is something we do every year. Yeah, for 40 years, you know.
Oh, they have this. Okay.
Right. Oh, look at this.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Got one now? Does anybody have, last year's information? Let's see.
Not with us.
I see.
I know I have it at home.
Looks like we have that.
We have it from last year.
Okay.
It's last year.
Yeah, the year before.
Okay. No, I mean,
And,
do we have copies of last
Good.
year's?
these,
Okay. I looked at it, but I didn't realize it was last year.
Is that the, okay, that's the new stuff, so
It's.
you already.
So you've already known.
Okay, you've already.
All right, so this is
Okay,
the new stuff.
right. Thank you.
This is not the old stuff.
Let's see.
Okay, I think most of you, well, the first thing I want to do is announce, and I'll kind of let Lee take over and explain the benefits and all that, but, 2 years ago, in 2019, we actually had a rate decrease. Now, that's pretty unusual, because we all know medical expenses aren't getting less, they're getting more. But, we were fortunate, the type of plan that we have here is kind of an unusual plan. Most people aren't all that familiar with it. It's a plan that has extremely good benefits. I think the town has always been happy to have a plan of benefits that is as strong as this one, to try to attract and retain good employees. I think, I can remember back many moons ago here, one of our renewals, they were, can people hear me okay?
Yeah.
See,
Folks viewing.
oh, okay, I'm sorry, okay. One of the things that the town board and town managers has always felt really strongly about is that, you know, we do want to provide good benefits. We're not always capable of paying the kind of salaries and income that we would like to, but we want to be able to provide good benefits. So they've done that to the max. And this plan of benefits, like I said, in 2019, actually had a rate reduction. Last year, those of you that were here, we ended up with another reduction. Well, if you've looked at the information we've got to give you, this is the third year in a row that we have a rate reduction. That simply is pretty much unheard of in the health field. So we're really proud of that. We do what we always do for you every year. We go out to the marketplace. We look at other carriers. We look at other plan designs. We try to find out if there is anything else that the town could do to use the money they're spending for employee benefits in regards to health insurance. Could they provide better coverage for the same money? Year after year, 3 years in a row now. In fact, I guess this plan design has been around here. Lee, do you remember? It's been a dozen years, maybe, at least. And we've just been able to maintain it because it's just comes up so strong when compared to other lines of benefits. If you'll turn to this page, this particular page where they're making a comparison, I see some of you have already been there. This kind of gives you an idea. On the far left, it shows the closest Affordable Care Act plan that would be somewhat close in benefits. It's not as good as your plan, but it's as good as there is out there available. And this shows what the cost of that plan would be under those circumstances. Now, we also are compelled by government regulations that you have to have a COBRA equivalent rate so that if someone leaves you, you don't have to offer them COBRA coverage. And it has to be something as close as you can have to your current plan. And that's what this is. And those would be the expenses that would be involved with that for a COBRA participant. So we have that broken down so that they know, the town knows exactly what to charge a Cobra person. Over to the right shows what the current plan is. And you can see what the premiums have been on a monthly basis. You can see what the IEB fees are, what the bucket one cost is, and we'll get into what these buckets mean, those of you that aren't familiar with that. Bucket two and bucket three, and then the total cost that's paid out. Now, this is an additional cost in addition to the premium for the plan that we pay Blue Cross. So you can see what the total is. 266, 213. Now, fast forward to what the renewal is. You can see the Blue Cross would be paid less money. And as far as the IEB fees and the bucket one and bucket three costs, we never know exactly what those costs are going to be. So to make some kind of comparison from one year to the next, we're going to use the same numbers there that we had this year. So if we have the same claims experience, bucket one and bucket three, then we're going to use that same $38,000 figure added to what would be paid to Blue Cross, and you see the 254. So, we end up saving about $12,000. I'm not sure what was budgeted. I'm sure Peter and others know here what was budgeted for that, but typically you budget for an increase, and we're thrilled to death when we got the rates to see that it's a substantial decrease. Any questions so far? I don't want to, if anybody's got questions, please fire away. Let's see, I guess probably the things that we'd like to do now is look at the benefits. Lee, you want to talk about that for us?
Sure. Is this working or can people hear me? Okay. Just to go over the benefits again, what Ed's talking about, this is what we call a hybrid plan. We developed this plan years ago. It's a $10,000 deductible plan, and it pays 100% after a $10,000 deductible. And then if you look in the book at the different buckets Ed was referring to, I think it's on page 7. So if you look at bucket number 1, that is what the employee gets in the way of a debit card that the town provides that money. So it's actually a debit card each employee has. And when they go to seek care, the first $1,000 of whatever care they incur, whatever charges they incur, they use the debit card that has the town's money loaded on it to seek that care and to pay for it. Once that $1,000 is exhausted, then bucket number 2 would be their deductible. So that's their responsibility as an employee. Then once they've paid the $1,000, you go to bucket number 3. So we've got $8,000 of the $10,000 left. The town of Spencer pays 80% of whatever claims are incurred of it's up to $6,400, and the employee would be responsible for 20%, so it would be $1,600. So out of the $10,000, the town is paying $7,400 on behalf of the employee, and the employee is responsible for $2,600. So that's where Ed was saying, you guys have a really good plan. Just to give you some idea of people who are buying insurance on the marketplace through healthcare.gov, this year the max out of pocket on those plans is $8,550. That's the max this year, and that's what most of the plans on the marketplace are. Your plan, the max out of pocket is $2,600. So very inexpensive as far as if you use the plan, and I think everybody's appreciated that. Beyond that,
And that's even for families, right?
yeah, and that's for a family, and that's the thing that's so different about this plan. Most plans you have deductibles for different family members if you have dependents on it. This plan was something that Blue Cross put together, and it has one deductible. So whether you're an individual employee, or it's you, your wife, and however many kids, or your spouse and however many kids, it's one deductible. So once you meet that $1,000, whether it's you or you and your family, that's it. So that's also very different than most plans, and it's a great benefit for your employees. The one thing we wanted to talk about, obviously we had another decrease this year. We did put in your packet that you guys have all the different plans that we looked at. Anything that you do other than this plan is going to be an ACA compliant plan. The plan you currently have is a grandfathered plan. We will be allowed to continue this grandfather plan according to Blue Cross as long as the federal government will allow us to. So that's a year-to-year decision that's made by the federal government, and Blue Cross has assured us that as long as the federal government says it's okay to continue with a grandfather plan, they'll continue to do that. Other carriers chose not to do that. United Healthcare did away with all their grandfathered plans about the second or third year in. Blue Cross is assuring us they're not going to do that. The reason the plan keeps going down is because under the new plans, it's not really underwritten based on the health of your employees. Under these old grandfathered plans, it is. So the health of your employees has actually gotten better. Some of the older people have retired. Some of, things have gotten better. Younger people are working here now, so things have gotten better. And that's the reason you're getting decreases. Okay, so that's a good thing. The other thing I wanted to talk about is just what we as Snow Benefits provide. We have what we consider just top class customer service. We have 3 customer service people in our office. Donna, who is our lead customer service person, has been with us for 20 years. I know she talks to a lot of your employees quite often. We're there to help. We're local. We're here in town. We can come by. We used to go out to the maintenance shop and see people when they needed to. I think COVID's changed some of those trips. But we're here. We're local. We're Spencer guys. And something else has happened with our organization. We have partnered with a large national firm called One Digital. One Digital is a large national brokerage firm that does insurance just like we do. They're large, and the reason we partnered with them was to better serve our customers. We're a medium-sized brokerage firm here in Salisbury, North Carolina. We can't afford to have ERISA attorneys on staff. We can't afford to have 7 HR consultants traveling the state helping our customers. We can't afford to have a compliance department in Virginia that looks at all the compliance that all our customers need to make sure they're taken care of. We got that with One Digital partnership now. So we have a compliance department that will get you every information, everything that the town should be providing in the way of notifications, rules and regs. We'll be able to continue to make you aware of that. Again, we had 7 HR consultants that travel the state that are at the town's beck and call. So if you need something like that, you've got a HR issue that you're not quite sure how to handle, we will help take care of that. We'll get you in touch with a HR person. That's not me and Ed doing it. It's an HR professional. That's all they do every day, is take care of human resource questions and issues. Then we have ERISA attorneys in Atlanta, in the home office in Atlanta. We've already had to use them a time or two with some other customers that had some things going on that they needed to talk to legal counsel. They didn't have legal counsel. They were, smaller businesses that didn't have legal counsel. We were able to get them on the phone and take care of some information and get them what they needed. All of that is free of charge to you guys. It's part of doing business with us. You get all of that. And I think that's very important too. So we're Spencer guys. I grew up here. I went to North Rowan. We're local. But we've got the back office support now that anything that would come up, we can help the town with in the way of human resources, benefits, any of that. It also gives us some leverage as well. There's hundreds of brokers in the state. We're probably in the top 20 or 30. We've always been President's Club with Blue Cross. We're top producer with United Healthcare and some of the other carriers. But we have a lot of leverage now with the amount of business teaming up with One Digital has helped. And that does help when we're negotiating for you during renewals, looking at other benefits, dental, vision, all the different things that we do. So I know we're up against it on time.
Can you tell we love what we do?
It sure seems like it. Does board have any questions at this point? All right, hearing none, gentlemen, thank you very much for your time. We're going to consider the renewal a little bit later in our meeting, but thanks for making time for us tonight.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your time. Sorry we were running a little late.
That's okay. Thank you for coming.
All right, we will move on to our departmental reports, and so with that, we'll welcome Kyle forward to give our planning department report.
Okay, good evening.
Good evening.
Good to see everyone again. I wanted to focus my report this month on several cases which I think might be of particular interest to the board. The first is going to be 200 South Salisbury Avenue. At our pre-agenda meeting, I know that you had asked me a question about that, and I thought it might be useful to elaborate on the status of that application. So there are a number of moving pieces with that, and I will point out that there is both a rezoning application that's currently being processed. There is an alley closure petition that is in the very early stages. And then there may be another certificate of appropriateness from the Preservation Commission for additional work on the site. For the purposes of tonight, I wanted to focus on the rezoning portion of that, as well as some elements to do with code enforcement. So as everyone's probably aware, that property at 200 South Salisbury Avenue, it was previously, I think at some point, a exterminator business, and it's now being used as an auto repair operation. As I mentioned previously, the property is not currently zoned for any vehicle service use. So as of today, the business is non-compliant in terms of zoning. What we as the town, town manager and I, and code enforcement, we made a decision several months ago to not force the business to close, provided they were continuing to work with us in good faith through the rezoning process. And so where that application is right now is I've received the $650 payment from the tenant. And so that means that they have, they wish to proceed, they have skin in the game. And I've also received a list of conditions which the tenant is willing to put forward as conditions on a conditional use rezoning. And so I wanted to read through several of the conditions, which I thought they at least go some way in addressing some of the concerns that I've heard about vehicle storage on the site. So again, the tenant, Michael King, has tentatively agreed to the following conditions. And I'll read just a few to give you an idea, because I do recognize the property is sort of an eyesore. So here's some conditions. Limitation on automobile work area. All auto work will be performed only in the work bay located at the rear of the building. The work bay will be screened from view behind a 6-foot privacy fence or screening that meets the town's standards. The work area will be totally screened from street view with fencing or a combination of fencing and screening vegetation as permitted. No auto work will be carried out in the front or side yards of the building. No auto work will be performed in any location visible from the street or in any location that is not screened from view by an opaque privacy fence. And then limitations on where vehicles are going to be parked. The applicant will remove all vehicles from the site that are not currently being serviced or awaiting service. Vehicles will not be parked or stored on the lot purely for display except as provided. There may be a maximum of 1 display car located on the property. This is something that, the tenant, his name is Michael King, Mike, and his vision is to have at least 1 display car. Maybe it's an antique car or, a successfully refurbished vehicle that he can put up as a display as an example of the type of service that they provide. During my conversations with him, he expressed that, Spencer is known as a transportation town. Of course, we have a train museum. I knew we have a lot of vehicle restoration enthusiasts, antique cars, vintage cars, and so something that he proposed is that maybe the town would allow him to have at least 1 vehicle to be parked for that purpose. No cars will be parked on the 2nd Street side yard of the building under any circumstances. And I'll go through just a couple of other examples. He also agreed to limit the hours of the operation. So the shop's hours will be limited from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday, and 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. on Saturday. The shop will be closed on Sunday. No work will be performed outside of these hours. And then he also proposed several site and landscaping conditions. So I'll read just a few. The applicant will seek to close the existing front driveway at the corner of 2nd Street and Salisbury Avenue and landscape the front side yard corner in a way that improves the overall appearance of the corner. The front parking area will be improved with paved concrete or crushed stone gravel, meeting the town standards. The applicant will improve the 2nd Street side yard with additional landscaping, such as trees, bushes, flowers, etc. And then finally, there is currently a public alley in the back, which is currently posing an obstacle to building a fence. And so the applicant will submit to the town an alley closure petition, and if approved, will, with the consent of the adjacent property owner, install a fence to completely obstruct the rear storage area from view. And so the reason I wanted to read those aloud is to demonstrate that, at least from my perspective, the applicant is trying to work with us in good faith. He's put together a long list of conditions which he has consented to and has signed his name to. And so if the rezoning gets approved, ultimately through the process, these conditions will have to be, he will have to abide by these conditions, or the rezoning will revert to the previous zoning district and the business will continue to be non-compliant. And so
Kyle,
that-
let me ask
Yes.
you, the conditions of this, if the rezoning is approved, how many days does he have in which to complete these conditions?
I think there will probably be a timeline. Several of these could be done almost immediately. Removal of vehicles that don't necessarily need to be there, submitting the alley closure petition. But then I think some of them with the landscaping and installation of vegetative screening, that could be a longer process. I think it would just depend on a common sense approach is what could be done immediately in order to assuage some of the concerns that we've heard, and what might take a little bit longer.
So I think it's going to be important for all of those stipulations to assign some time value. Some of them obviously should be done immediately, that can be, but then even some of the other ones within 90 days or something, or 30 days for some, 90 for the other. And the reason I say that is, having served on the planning board, I know that there are cases where that has not happened, and due to turnover in staff and things like that, some of those have fallen through the cracks and have ultimately not been followed through on. And I want to be sure that any conditions that we set forth are followed through with.
I'll certainly keep that in mind, and I think it is important because I recognize that we have been giving them quite an extensive grace period, and certain issues have continued, especially with the parking of vehicles. I do want to note that I did issue a notice of violation last week to require the removal of certain vehicles immediately because I've continued to receive complaints about that, and it's just something that I don't think that we can continue to allow. But the next step in that process is actually this week I will be sending out letters to adjacent property owners, and we're going to be conducting a neighborhood meeting, and that's the opportunity. It's not a quasi-judicial hearing or anything like that. It's just a required meeting that's going to take place here at Town Hall, where any interested property owner who lives in that area can come to Town Hall to speak in favor or opposition, to review the conditions that he's proposed, and to just generally talk about what this process is going to look like.
Kyle, is the business is just vehicle repair and I guess restoration, or is that what this business is? What do they
Yes.
what do they do?
So Mike has explained to me that primarily his shop is for refurbishment and restoration of vehicles. That includes painting vehicles, refurbishing interiors. In terms of zoning, the zoning code treats any type of vehicle repair, service, use as something that requires the property to be zoned vehicle service and repair. So even if it's just fixing out headlights, it needs to be zoned for that use. And
So with that being said, they're painting vehicles there as much, sad to say, that they're repairing vehicles there in a non-commercial residential area. Now, with the painting, how is that they are, I guess I want to say about the air, right? They're gonna have to do something about that.
Yeah,
And if
how-
you know
how
anything
do
about,
they have a containment area specifically for painting? Is that what are they painting the entire bodies and frames?
well,
Because-
I can
Look-
speak to the fact that they have, I think, 4 auto bays in the back. And when I visited, I believe I recall seeing I'm not good with cars terminology, it's not my thing, but there was a car that was raised up, and it looked like it was being painted. It didn't appear that there was any leaking paint or anything that caused me concern. That's all I can
you
say.
didn't smell paint when you pulled up, did you? And as the neighbor smelling it, I mean, that's something.
I don't believe so.
Typically most
Come up,
paint,
Osborne.
auto body shops that do paint actually have what they call a paint booth.
Mhm.
And that paint booth is an enclosed area where they can take the parts or the full body and they can actually do the painting in there. It's got
Yeah,
filters and
So do
everything.
they
like
They
have
have to
that?
follow strict EPA requirements, in terms of filters and
He
Yeah,
has a
airflow.
mobile paint booth in one of the bays. And it's fully enclosed with plastic, and he's got a filtration system. From what I saw.
That's good.
Thank you, James.
There's something
James
in
can speak to that. I couldn't speak to that.
I'm just worried about the neighbors around.
Right.
That whole neighborhood used to be my neighborhood, and so, I mean, it's still my neighborhood kind of deal. And when it's dealing with Spencer, but I'm just saying, that's a residential, and now all of a sudden it fell into commercial just because it's rented out to somebody's business.
I think this board wants to be supportive of business, but at the same time, we want to make sure that in areas where we have residential properties neighboring our business district, we want to be sure that those coexist happily and peacefully. We don't want to detract from our residents' quality of life.
And I will point out, interestingly enough, the complaints that I've received have not been from neighbors directly abutting the property. I've not received any complaints from anyone in that neighborhood. Most of the complaints have been people who have passed by and observed and informed me of it.
Well, it does kind of stick out when you're looking at a bunch of houses, and then boom, you see that right there in the middle, where you got businesses the rest of the way up, you got something that don't fit. I mean, really?
Right.
And there's something in our new code that speaks directly to painting. I don't have the book with me, but I remember that was something that was addressed in the new codes that we worked through. I'll have to go back and look at it about where it can be located.
Okay. If there is that would probably be in chapter 10, which is our additional standards article. I do know that we have a section related specifically to any vehicle service use.
Right.
I'll have to check and see if there's any specific standards for a painting.
There's something about paint and fumes. I think it also went into smells from livestock.
Okay.
Okay.
No, that's important. If there is a section on painting that I overlooked, I'll have to take a look.
I think so. I think there's something to it.
Yeah. So, so I suppose that's all of this is just to say that we are working with them. It will go to the planning board in November. The neighborhood meeting will take place within the next probably 2 to 3 weeks, probably 2 weeks. And then it will come to the Board of Aldermen for a decision in December or January, probably December if we, unless there's any delays. Are there any other questions about that particular project? Because I do know that it has come to in the consciousness right now, and I want to make sure I'm addressing all the questions that you might have about it.
Good. Thank you.
All right. Keeping in the same vein of notices of violation, 1411 South Salisbury Avenue is another property where we have some screening issues. This is the Tracy's Towing property. Many months ago, they began the process of installing screening on the fence, and you may notice that they did appropriately screen on the left side of the property. You can't see back there, but on the right side, there is a portion of fencing that remains unscreened. I tried to get in contact with Tracy's Towing. He kept saying that he was planning on doing some changes to the property. Ultimately, I did issue a notice of violation, and so they'll need to install the screening by November 1st, or else the town may take further action against them. I do want to point out that the property just recently changed hands, so there is a new owner. So I sent a notice of violation to the new owner as well as to the tenant, Tracy's Towing.
Good. Thank you.
The other one I wanted to point out is 403 South Rowan Avenue, the Standback House. So that's another one that has been dragging on for some time, and I wanted to sort of speak to that. So we did issue a notice of violation actually all the way back in June, and I never heard anything back. The deadline came and went. And so I'm actually meeting with the project manager. His name is Sabas Orianas, and he is coming to the office this Thursday to talk about the status of that project. And I did warn him that the town, at this point, because they missed the deadline previously established, we could at any point, enforce fines and penalties against them if they don't come to the table. There are currently a number of issues with that property. Not only the work that was done out of violation of the standards, but also the windows are open to the elements. And so at minimum, we would want to get the windows boarded up. If there's going to be any delays, we need to make sure the property is weatherproof. And so I hope to have further information on that at next month's meeting. So are there any questions, comments, or concerns about any zoning violations or things like that that you want to bring to my attention?
What's the address of that stand-up?
It's 403 South Rowan. Okay, the only other thing I wanted to mention is with the planning board. So we currently have 4 vacancies total. We have 2 vacancies for in-town seats and 2 ETJ vacancies. The good news is that we've received 3 applications from people who want to join the board. The planning board met last night, and we did interview one of those candidates, and I want to thank Alderwoman Sledge for attending that meeting. The interview went very well. This is Jessica Klaus. She lives in town. And And so I think she'll be a good candidate, but we'll continue to process that through the process that's been established. And then we have 2 other candidates, which we're still trying to schedule interviews for. Hopefully, going into next year, we'll have our planning board fully staffed. It's just been a rather difficult board to keep our members there. So any other questions about that?
Cal, were all 3 in town, or is it either of those 3 the applications or ETJ?
They're all in-town members.
They're all in town.
I would just ask if anyone on this board knows anyone who lives in the ETJ who might be interested in serving. We're just having a difficult time getting people to apply. I was initially planning on sending out a direct mailer to our ETJ properties, but then I figured out that we have 600 parcels in our ETJ, so that was not going to be realistic. So we'll just have to try better to get the word out that we have these vacancies.
I have one question. The Spencer city limits, they stop just on the other side of swing transportation. Is that correct?
Could you tell me where swing transportation
Well,
is?
it's past PTA, past the box company on the left. The reason I'm asking, I had a lot of complaints for the music that was played till 3 a.m. in the morning from that area that's owned by that has the Teach program.
Mm-hmm.
There was a big party there again Saturday night or into Sunday morning till 3 a.m. They were playing loud thumping music that was vibrating my back storm door. And I live about a mile away from that place. And I was just curious as to whether or not, our ETJ, I know is there, but I'm just curious about the Spencer city limits.
I can check and see if that's in our ETJ or if it's in our corporate limits and what our powers might be there.
Okay.
I believe it's in the ETJ, but
It is.
regardless, if it's in the ETJ, there are Rowan County noise ordinances that pertain to that as well.
Well, this has
And
been
should be
happening
enforced.
quite a bit.
Yep.
And Saturday or early Sunday morning was the capper.
Okay.
I had several people call me, and so I'm forwarding on the information.
So I'd request if town staff could look into it and notify Rowan County about it.
Sam, I thought that was.
That'd be
your
something you could do
problem.
with
I
the
heard it.
police chief.
No,
Yeah.
I usually shut mine off at midnight, so
Okay.
the neighbors can't sleep.
I took Charlie out and I heard it, so. I thought-
And also there was gunfire coming from that direction. I don't know if it involved that particular event, but there was semi-automatic fire periodically from midnight until about 2:30 in the morning.
Okay.
So
We'll do some research on that. All right. Any other questions for me?
All right, thank you, Kyle.
Thank you.
All right, next is our code enforcement report. Mr. Osborne.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, fellow board members.
Good evening.
Y'all doing well? Just a quick comment about the new format you might have noticed. This is coming from a new iWork system, so it's able to kind of help me generate these reports much quickly and define some more information for you a little bit more clearly, so you can understand a little bit more about what's going on with certain types of violations that I'm dealing with. I'll just kind of go over my highlights for September. I had a total of 26 cases at the time of this report. 11 of them remained open and 15 were abated, with 4 were enforced with notice of violations. I had a total of 383 cases for the year at that point. And 8 notice of violations issued throughout the month of September at the time of this report. Also, I'm working with iWorks pretty closely, and I've been forwarding stuff to the town manager and other folks within the staff to review some of the things that iWorks has for the citizen engagement portal. So that way we can kind of get that up on the website and start utilizing it the way I envisioned it. Uh, it will contain the ability to make requests both to code and works with one single form. So that's the quest, is to try and get that so it's efficient for the town folks. Hopefully I have that up soon. It's just dragging on a little bit longer than I wanted, but we'll get it there. And so I've had an increase. As you can see, my minimal housing cases are increasing. Starting to tackle a little more of those. And so people are being compliant. Well, let's say compliant, but their issues are mostly money and time. So those will take some time to work through. As I continue to follow up on those cases, they'll come off as they complete those. The overview, the total 2021 cases, 46% voluntary abatement, and 28% enforced through NOVs. Excuse me, can't talk from that. I still have 25% open, so that's basically a 75% abatement rating there. And some of my cases are going to, I got some of these older cases that will probably close, since some people have bought some new homes and they're starting to be renovated and fixed up. So those would probably start to clear off. On the back pages, you'll see the total open cases year to date that I'm still dealing with. And some of those have cleared off as well since the report. So, but at the time, I think it was roughly about 96 open cases, I believe it was. Or 82 at the time. It's come back up. Come back up closer to 95.
All right, questions for Mr. Osborne?
Mr. Osborne, are you, I'm looking, every time we get these little complaint letters that in our mailbox,
Yeah.
and I keep looking on here a reference to these complaints that we're getting. I see that you are fulfilling and you're doing it. I don't think they know that you are actually on these things, because now looking at this letter, looking what you have on the report kind of matches up. And so for the folks who are writing these letters, just want to put it out there that if you look at what he's doing here, he's actually fulfilling some of these complaints. So,
And some of those I may have missed, but it is high grass. Most of those are high grass complaints on there. But
there was also a complaint that I had received too, that I know that you had went back in on, and I'm just gonna put it out there. Reference to some of these little pictures
oh yeah.
and stuff. I don't know if you've been getting any of this stuff right here. Have you been getting any of this stuff right here?
I did get a copy of that
Okay,
via
so-
my email that was shared with me by Kyle.
Okay.
Mhm.
Because when I got it, I made sure I gave it to Kyle to give to you.
He did. And a lot of those were actually public works issues as well. So it kind of crossed over many departments. I will, in reference to the house that's in there that looks like it's about to fall down, that particular home is 509 South Iredell Avenue. That house will have an auction on the 19th of this month through the tax office. So hopefully we'll have a new owner for that one in the very near future, and somebody I can work with, because the previous owner has passed away. So there's no owner to deal with at this particular point in reference to the photograph. So I just want to make reference to that particular home. So just understanding that's not being neglected. And it is actually an open case that I have from, I believe it was 2019. Yes.
And do know that when we as board members get these complaints, I try to head it off personally and make sure that y'all get this, because there ain't nothing I can do. They come to us because they voted for us. So I'll make sure you got a color copy. I don't need it. So just
Thank
need
you.
for you to have that. Just to make sure.
Mr. Osborne, how about Mr. Dobie? How's he?
Yeah, what's the status of the W property on Iredell Avenue?
He's had made some progress since our last meeting. However, he still has more to do. And that being said, with the ordinance, gives me the authorization to set up a cleaning crew to go out there and take care of that.
Of course, like we did set up a time, so I think we gave him an option, and I think we should follow through with our
I agree.
obligation.
I agree. I mean, that we set a 30-day limit. That
Yeah.
limit is here, so we need to move forward as we
need to, yeah,
we indicated.
I think we do.
Definitely would do that.
Okay.
When you say minimum housing, what exactly is minimum housing?
So minimal housing would be something, let's see, for example, roof issue. So it might some shingles loose or falling off. It could be fascia board peeling off. It could be siding that's come off the house. Could be the skirting wall with bricks missing in it, so it allows critters to get under the home. It could be no water, no heat, no sanitary conditions inside for like a bathroom.
Right.
We're saying, so if the bathroom's not operational, those are minimal housing conditions.
What guidelines do you use for that?
What?
What guidelines do you use? I mean, do you use county guidelines as far as that
The
goes?
code book, actually, the town codes actually have them in there, and those are backed up by general statute. So I'm following through with those. I also have a checklist that is pulled from the code of our codes that what's laid out. So I just use a checklist to go through most of the time. But after a while, you kind of know what to look for, and so it could be just a number of things, of flooring and a number of things. So I will just make reference to the minimal housing on here. I meant to say this earlier, and thank you for the question. Is that when you look at let me move to our minimal housing section, find it. Okay, there it is. So like on the first page for the September monthly report, the first minimal housing under junk vehicle issues, it says 6053, 16053, excuse me. That would be a minor issue. So 16052 would be something considered unsafe, an unsafe situation like hole in the floor or a roof is leaking and those type of situations.
Okay.
Just to kind of delineate the difference between 16052 and 16053. So when you see those, you know that 152 is a more serious situation.
Thank you.
I just wanted to reemphasize what Ms. Talbot had said, and thank you again publicly for following up on that situation on Dr. Atkin with the guy in the back. But also, I want to ask you, the 2021 total cases 383. Is that the sum? What's in that number? Is it all of the cases that you have left, including the ones that came over from 2019?
No, sir. It doesn't include the previous from 2020 and 2019.
Oh,
That's just simply 2021, from January 1 till now, until the time this was made. Yes, sir.
Right, and of that number, some of those may have been abated already, correct? Or
Correct. Yeah, that's not all the open cases. That's why I have on the back where I have year-to-date open cases.
Okay, that part I didn't see. Where year to date.
Yeah, and is that
Okay.
right? So 25% of the 2021 cases are left open. 75% have been abated.
That's correct.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, then the pie chart on the next to last few pages there. Yes.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to understand it. Thank you.
All right, other questions for Mr. Osborne?
Yes, I have a couple of things, Mr. Osborne. I'm gonna talk one about my favorite subjects, North Salisbury Avenue from Bojangles out to PCA.
Mhm.
I continue to travel that on a daily basis. And I can't tell you how many times I go by there, and there are still cars parked in yards on unprepared surfaces. There are motorcycles parked on porches. When we get to Raper's China Market, there's still an old tractor trailer that has been there probably for 30 or 40 years. When we turn left onto Sowers Ferry Road, my road, At 104 Sowers Ferry Road, we have a house that was built in 1956. It was a very nice brick home with a full basement that has been turned into an eyesore. The owners who rent that property have a huge number of dogs in that property. They have trees that have fallen and they have remained so. They park in the front yard, they park in the side yard. They seem to think that life is good and have a lot of stuff on their porches and out in the yard. And, you know, I've been beating this horse back when I first was an alderman back in 2005. And nothing seems to change. And quite frankly, I'm tired of it. I'm tired of the people, especially the people that rent property in this town, being allowed to get away with the things that they get away with. I'm tired of seeing cars parked in front yards and on surfaces that are not for vehicles. I'm tired of seeing motorcycles and God knows everything else piled on front porches. Nothing said about it. I'm tired of Rick Raper being allowed to keep that tractor trailer at his property. You know, things have just been allowed to continue on as they are, and nothing's being done about it. And I would hope that you would redouble your efforts up toward the northern part of town and try to bring an end to some of these eyesores. I know I sure would appreciate it, and I'm sure that many of my neighbors would also.
Well, I'd like to speak a little bit about North Salisbury Rowan. Is some of those properties you spoke about, I could do better up on that area, and I will admit that I will need to hit some of those, and I'll double my efforts on that area. I will. Some of the homes that were brought up to me in the list that you expressed, Alderman Hovis, earlier, are actually have cases on them at 1104 through 8, and I'm working with the property manager to get those painted now. So those are being handled. 902 North Rowan, I have a minimal case at that one, working with the homeowner on that one. I've worked with Rick Raper on his home right next to his store there to get that house beside of the store fixed. Hey, he cut back the vegetation for me. He's working on the brickwork for that home as well. I hit a number of high grass areas to that area throughout the year. I'm not saying
what's
that.
the status on his tractor trailers? I mean, he has at least 3 or 4 that are in and behind there that he
I know what
uses for
you're
storage.
I'm still in the process, and I know that's not an excuse, it's just where I'm at, finding exactly where that's in the code. So I will double my efforts on that, and I understand your issues with that. So I'll work a little bit harder on those particular items. So.
Okay, I appreciate it. You'll have to pardon my frustration. I'm not getting any younger, and the longer I sit here and the longer I live here and see the things that are allowed to fall through the cracks, it just makes my temperature go up a little bit, and my blood starts to boil a little bit. When one of the things that people elected me for was trying to improve the appearance of the town. So I promise you that I will probably be a bigger thorn in everybody's side than I was this past 2 years. And I'm tired of seeing the things that I've seen continue to fester. And I want to do my best to bring a stop to it.
All right. Anything else from the board? All right, hearing none. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next report is our police department report. Chief James?
Mr. Mayor, members of the board, good evening.
Good evening.
I did hear your comments regarding Connected, and I did text Mr. Glover, and he said his event ended at midnight, so not sure where that might have been coming from, but please, if that goes on, dial 911 and either us or the county, depending on where it is.
Sure will.
We'll investigate it. And I think that was a Livingstone College alumni event, as he said in his text. So, please let us know. We certainly don't want you to live through that. I have provided you the event activity log summary, as I always do. I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have about that. And then I will, with your permission, talk a little bit about the crime picture. Any questions whatsoever on any activities?
On the vehicle larcenies, where are we on that?
Hopefully my
Four
glasses
space.
will not fog up, and they will, or I cannot even see this paper, but you're talking about the larceny from vehicles or actual?
Yeah, the
motor
recent
larceny.
event that we
Yes.
had earlier this month.
I have personally visited. There's two separate cases here. One, the perpetrator is a juvenile. I visited with Mr. Pfister along with Sergeant Leonard, and they're pretty much telling us there's nothing they can do until we catch him doing something else. The hope was that we could get him taken to a secure facility, and we are tossing around the possibility now with the assistant district attorney that his dad could be charged if he can't control him for contributing to the delinquency of his juvenile son. So that's another possibility. We're more blessed than Salisbury. In recent talks with them, their break-ins into vehicles have continued. We did locate an individual who lives near Livingstone College. I won't give him any details. Through a credit card that was taken from a vehicle, and we have notified Salisbury police of that. And about the day after we talked to Salisbury got in a chase with him driving a stolen car. So thanks to the work of investigator File, I think we've helped Salisbury, and that may end up solving some of their break-ins and enterings from vehicles there in Salisbury. For the moment, they have quietened down here. They could pick back up at any time. You know, our advice is lock your doors, and of course we recommend cameras. This particular culprit is a 17-year-old male that appears to be at least breaking into some cars and taking items. The footage that was obtained by Salisbury police through locations in their city, the footage is not very good. So again, cameras are great, but if you're going to get one that will do good facial recognition, and that helps in trying to solve a case. But they do, last week late, we talked to Salisbury, and they said, well, ours are still continuing. So unless they've made an arrest recently, I assume they are still going on in Salisbury.
I just recently sat through a community Zoom meeting, and they were talking about going ahead and starting a neighborhood watch. Have these folks gotten in touch with you yet over in that area?
You're talking about the your neighbors. I
Yes.
haven't heard from them. Now, the mayor did express that, and I have not reached out to, years ago, crime control, as was called then, would pay for those signs. I don't know that there's funding for that anymore, but I know there's still neighborhood watch, and usually that's done through county sheriff's departments. But
Neighborhood watch, these people that live right there, they don't have to necessarily have to do something through the state. Both you and I know if they want to go ahead and start looking out for their neighborhood, since they live there, they can do what they want to. At the end of the day, this is their property. Those neighborhood watch signs can be done by Joel. He can have them done over there at the garage, even Salisbury, where they make their DOT signs. Heck, Joe just made a sign for me right there at my house, right there with the North Carolina Avenue extension. He had to put 2 signs up there, so those signs can be made by them, by Joe Taylor. So,
I think this group, one of the things they would appreciate is our police department. Perhaps, I think they're talking about getting an organizational meeting. Someone from the police department to be able to come out and at least provide some tips on, how they should organize that group, what their role should be, and maybe some tips about how they should be monitoring the neighborhood.
And I will tell you that, great suggestion. I welcome that. Steeplechase, for instance, has a great organization. Gene McCoy might be a good one to go with me or whomever, to discuss that with them, because they have a phone list, and if they see a suspicious person, and I'm on that list, they're emailing me as well as everyone in the neighborhood, and that's pretty effective. Don't have to put the signs up, but I will explore that as well. Is there any programs where we can obtain those? And I think I heard Joel say a few months ago that the city of Salisbury had quit making signs for him, but he's listening, so he can address that for sure.
and when he gets here, I'll talk to him. But it's not about the signs. It's pretty much what the mayor just said. If you can get with these people, because they've already gotten with him, they got with me. I mean, they need to get with you at the end of the day to see what they can do, because they're already going around and talking and knocking on doors with their other neighbors, talking about joining up. So now they need to just make sure they have you in the mix with them at the end of the day.
And it would be great if we could get our whole town involved. That's how we are going to stop this, and we're no longer an easy target. So I appreciate
It
all
would
the
be great if your
conversation.
guys could pick up patrol and start patrolling through there a little bit more too, because that's been one of their other complaints,
Okay.
is they don't see a patrol unit come through as much.
Okay.
One of the other things I want to hit on is this issue with the juvenile, because this is not an isolated incident. This juvenile has a track record in town and beyond. And the fact that, we have to kind of sit on our hands and say we can't do anything is incredibly frustrating for me. And I know it is for our citizens that are being terrorized by this individual, frankly. This is the same individual that 2 years ago, I guess it was, set off all the fire extinguishers and school buses at North Rowan High School. This individual is supposed to be at North Rowan High School and has never set foot in North Rowan High School as a student. Yet, our court system is not hearing any truancy cases right now. And so you talk about the parent being brought in. Well, the parent should be brought in for truancy because the child is not in school. And yet, unfortunately, our court system claims that they're not hearing those cases. I think we need to be doing everything we can at this level to get that individual, that child, somewhere where they can get the help they need, and that help is not here in Spencer.
I agree with you, and what Mr. Pfister tells me, they have a point system. He's even talked to his bosses in Raleigh, and it's like we're at a stalemate that they don't know what we can do. And
So
Well,
can
unfortunately-
you involve DSS and go ahead and see about calling them reference to, because it sounds like a little bit of neglect. Is there severe neglect by the parent because there's not proper supervision? Is that something?
According to the school system, there is trauma there.
So
yes.
is that something you could do to call DSS reference to that?
well, this person being a juvenile, I can't really say much, but there are some more issues there that I'm aware of.
Well, that's all the more the reason for you call DSS then.
Well, and I think DSS has been called in the past, and I think there's been no action taken there by the Department of Social
Give them
Services
a call again
whatsoever.
then, chief,
So,
bother them.
The concern I have is with the point system, right? You know, this individual has gotten to the point they've stolen a gun out of a vehicle. Okay? If that isn't enough points, what happens when he uses that gun to kill somebody?
oh, I agree with you.
And I don't want to be the town that has to sit by and wait for that to happen, for that to raise it to the level of enough points to get something done.
And it may be that, letter from this elected board to Harry Warren and, Senator Ford, because this system obviously is not working. You know, we lowered the age, and it's almost like our hands are tied in trying to get something done. I assure you that my guys are frustrated, because they want him off the streets. And I've told his dad, I said, he is driving our crime rate. I said, you need to take control of him. Of course, he makes excuses that I won't get into.
Well, he can be charged, and I disagree with what you said. The courts are prosecuting because we've already represented 2 or 3 people. in our law firm.
On truancy cases?
Yes, it's school attendance law violation.
Well, this is the same thing.
And that in turn, again, is where DSS is involved. I say give them another call, chief. And if that means that you need to get one of us as far as an elected official to give help, back you up on that. I have no problem with even personally going over there and speaking with the head person at DSS. I know them very well. I'm on that board.
I can certainly do that. Hopefully we'll get better results than we've got with juvenile services. So, and the guy, you know, the intake, officer was very nice. He said, I wish I could help you, but my hands are tied. So, and I'm sure that we're not the only community that is experiencing this. So maybe Spencer can be the leader and we can see change to try to get, juveniles the help that they need.
Well, and it's unfortunate, right, that we have a system that's telling us their hands are tied because those juveniles know that their hands are tied.
Oh, absolutely.
And so they know they can get away with this.
Yes.
And I want Spencer to be a place where folks know they can't get away with stuff, whether they're juvenile or adults, that we're just not going to tolerate that here.
Can Rashid Muhammad, who is running for the board, is affiliated with
Jackson Training School.
Training School. I don't know if that's what it's called anymore. Can he give us any insight?
So once again, I'm telling you that no, he can't. That's a little far out of his reach what he does.
Okay.
I'm just telling you that the route we can go right about now is, and I will make a call tomorrow about it. So somebody past intake who's got a little bit more power than a person at intake, reference to the situation, and see what we can do.
And I do know that even, I think Judge Dixon has been involved from conferring with his dad. And I think she wants to try to help this young man, but I think she's having difficulty figuring out a way to do it because I know the father's very complimentary of her and likes what she wants to do, but apparently without juvenile services taking that first step, she's limited in what she can do. So it is problematic, but maybe this will be the town that, moves things forward and makes changes that are important statewide. So, thank you for the great conversation.
All right. Any other questions for Chief? All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Next is our fire department report. We have Chief Lanning here.
Mayor and Board, how are you this afternoon? Cannot complain. Do we have any questions on the monthly report?
Yes, our donut's gonna be served with the coffee with the chief.
Well, so that was one of the things I was gonna hit on. I will take full blame for this, me coordinating and facilitating that conversation with Chief James, fell through the cracks this month. Just in the midst of day-to-day stuff, but
Okay.
I will ensure you that there will be a date for November.
Okay.
And we will get that ball rolling, and donuts sound amazing.
I don't want the cream field either. I just want the glaze.
I thought you were volunteering to bring them, Sam.
No.
That's what it sounded like.
That's what we're talking about.
There was a couple things. One, there's an issue that arose over the weekend. I had the maintenance company that we use come look at our ladder. So our ladder was utilized on Saturday, for the funeral for Roger McDaniel, who was the director of emergency services at Rowan Cabarrus. It was used to hoist the American flag over the graveside. On the way back to Spencer, the check engine light and the oil temperature light started flashing. We lost all control of the gauges of the truck. So the company came out today. I wish I had good news, but I don't. That turned into now the pump will not engage, the interlock will not engage, which means that the aerial is inoperable. They're saying the foot controls could go at any moment, and their computer will not read the ECM. So all those terrible key points there. They're going to come back hopefully tomorrow. They're going to contact E1, who was the manufacturer of the apparatus, and try to see what is the next direction.
Can you tow it out to 85 in the hopes that somebody would come by and steal it?
Well, we can put it in neutral and roll it out maybe when 18-wheeler comes by. So there's that. So I just want to preface and say that would I send, maybe a request for something that was definitely not budgeted for in terms of fixing it. But then that leads to, I guess, my next question for you as a board. What is a threshold of what we think is appropriate to fix that truck? Or is there maybe a threshold of where maybe it's not really worth it?
Didn't we just get this ladder back? Didn't we just get this back out of repair? About a month or two ago?
Yeah, something some
doors?
valves and the pump packing and stuff had to be replaced, and there were some minor issues found in the process of doing that 4 or 5 months ago.
And what year vehicle is that?
It is a 2000.
But we got it from
That's older
Salisbury.
than my old
Well,
car.
and yes, we got it from the city of Salisbury under prior administration for what seemed to be a very good deal, but there's a reason that $1.3 million fire trucks are not sold for $29,000.
Yes, they slipped us a Mickey.
Yes.
What was the purchase price on the ladder truck?
29 or 30,000, and we've put at least 65 to 70,000 in it, and we got it in 2018.
So let me ask you this: how much do you rely on the ladder truck?
It may run 3 calls a month, if that. And the reason being, obviously, with our staffing levels, they're going to take an engine, so we have more water. Salisbury's going to have a ladder here within 5 minutes. So, truth be told, the need for a ladder in the town of Spencer is non-existent. ISO, when we went through that in August, he told me the same thing. We don't have enough structures over 3 stories or 30 foot high to validate the use of that. Now, with the current issues, I don't think we could probably get anything versus scrap price for it. So, yeah.
Sell it for parts.
Yeah, I mean,
Start-
at
and start the
30,000. So
sell it for
where
parts
I'm
and
heading with this is we also know there's a need for another replacement truck.
Yes, and start that procedure for replacement vehicle.
I mean, to me, that seems like the route we need to head at this point. Now we've got one that we know needs to be replaced that we can probably baby along for a while.
Sure.
But we've got a ladder truck that's costing us more than it's helping us.
Absolutely.
Are we still making payments on that truck? I think we're.
No, the only thing we're making payments on out of our budget is the air packs through community leasing.
Oh, okay.
So if
That was-
you're needing to replace one, and you got this one that needs to be repaired, can't we just take the monies and mainly not only not use money to repair, but start focusing on the one that needs to be repaired, replace it, take the monies off the one that needs to be repaired, put it towards the replacement.
Absolutely.
Can you do that?
Yes, ma'am.
Is
Can we
that
get-
something doable?
And let me ask, the one that, so basically we've got the one that needs to be replaced.
Yes,
And with the ladder truck now that's scrap.
Yes.
Do you need two, if you were to get a new vehicle, do you need two vehicles to replace the two that you currently have?
No, sir.
Okay.
No.
I think that's a
and with
no-brainer.
ISO, we are essentially a two-engine fire station.
Okay.
Again, with our mutual aid assets that we have coming, which again, when I took over as chief, all that was beefed up to make sense. Is we're getting what's closest, not who we're friends with. Everything that we need in terms of a response for anything, whether it be the transportation museum to a single-family residential, is covered. At this point, Spencer doesn't truly need anything other than two fire engines. The ladder is
So I was
a
gonna
big
ask,
paperweight.
can we work out a donation to Transportation Museum for, no,
Yeah.
for the ladder truck?
Yeah,
They
absolutely.
might, they may,
The kids could play on it.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
and we can get a tax deduction on it or something, you
We
know,
need a tax.
for a donation, of
Yeah,
course.
but I mean,
yeah.
It
we're
wouldn't hurt
nonprofit.
because I got our 48 Mac over there
Mm-hmm.
several years ago.
And the
Yeah.
town got a tax,
No,
write
well,
off
it
on
already
that?
been sold to third.
Eventually, they'll have their own Spencer fire truck display over there.
Yeah,
It would help, right?
Yeah.
Put Spencer on it.
but that's a good option.
So I told them Saturday,
Yeah.
if the motor started acting up, drive it till you get back. Worst case scenario, something happens to the motor, then we could go the insurance route. Would be awesome. But
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't pinpoint a certain incident where say, hey, this may be messed up because of this. I don't know if there would be any
That's what I was concerned
option
about.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, the worst thing is to try to fix that fire, that ladder truck, and then
We're not gonna pour any
not
more money
rely
down
on
that
it.
hole.
I mean, you take it out to a fire and you're looking to rely on it, and it doesn't work.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, thank goodness it broke down when it did, as
Absolutely.
opposed to when it was actually needed in service.
God's will.
Well, and I know we had put in the budget to rebuild the rear end on it this year, so that was going to be $5,000 to $10,000. The motor is a matter of time before it goes, and that's a minimum of $50,000. So it, yeah, I mean, we're going to be
So,
3-4 times.
My recommendation, and it's up to the board, would be that we forego any future repairs like that we were planning in this year's budget, repurpose that money towards a new engine.
Yes.
And then, you know, we need to go ahead and figure out what type of salvage value we're gonna get on the other engine that we're gonna replace.
Okay.
And Chief, I'd suggest going ahead and start speccing out what you need for a new engine.
Absolutely.
Can we make that into a motion, or?
So I already said it. He just reiterated. So we just need a second now. That's all.
I'll second it.
All right, so there's a motion by Ms. Hovis, second by Mr. Morgan. Any further discussion on that? All in favor? All right, all opposed? All right, that is approved. And then
Also-
once you have that information, then we'll bring it back for formal approval when we need to look about purchasing a new one, and
Yes, sir.
we will
Would we,
work with Peter and Faith on the finances for it.
would this be a brand new one?
Yes.
Not something new somewhere
We
else?
need to stop
had
taking
enough
other
of
people's
these
secondhand lions.
I mean,
And make contact with Kelly Alexander and see if they'd be interested in taking the E1 and the ladder.
Okay. I know I've been trying to push them to get the Mac running again because I just want to drive it. I think it's pretty nice. The only other thing that I have is I just wanted to point out that my staff took it upon themselves to redo the little free library that's sit beside the fire station. I don't know if you rode by or noticed that. The thing had been there for several years, weathered, and definitely needed to be redone. So I commend everyone. It was a group effort for taking part in that. I'd reached out to the number on there, never got any correspondence back, so I'm hoping I didn't step on toes by redoing it. But it is now redone. So, and
It
then
looks great.
Does.
thank you. And then our scarecrow is now on showcase at the Transportation Museum. I'm not a scarecrow maker. I'm not gonna promise we're gonna win anything over there. In fact, it may scare people. I guess that's its purpose, but, anyhow, so that is that.
Chief, I'll commend you for all that you have done
Yes.
to build our relationship with the Transportation Museum for participating in Thomas and Fire Truck Rally and all that you're doing. I mean, you're just really making good inroads over there and putting Spencer's best foot forward over there. So thank you.
Absolutely.
And
I
thank
appreciate it.
you too, because I still keep hearing across the bridge, I'm over there, how great it is, the relationship.
Yes.
You know, playing in the same sandbox thing that you're doing, even with Millers and Salisbury, doing a good job.
I appreciate it.
And also, now that, we've started the ball rolling for a new truck, that leaves that end, we're gonna stick with 3 bays.
Yes.
Get your guys and gals together about, building crew quarters on the end.
Okay.
That's something that, we're definitely need down the road, and that's something that we can do, in hand with the new vehicle.
Yes, sir. Any further questions for me?
Just one other thing.
Yes, sir.
As you know, your neighbors to the north, the exterminating place, one of the proposals they have is to try to close off the alley on 2nd Street. Have you been consulted about that or advised about?
No, and I heard y'all talking about that earlier. The only thing or knowledge that I have of those individuals is that my staff complains of car engines revving all throughout the night, so on and so forth. So in terms of any of them approaching me, they haven't. It seems to be more of a nuisance currently than it is anything, but
If that alley is closed, does it impact your operations?
It does.
No, because
Yeah,
it's,
and even
it's a
behind.
higher level,
Right.
the back
Yeah.
parking lot is higher.
Yeah.
And the alley's down,
Yeah, that's bad.
going into the back of the Spencer Women's Club.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to know.
Okay. All right.
Now,
So-
other than the hours of operations that are not supposed to be happening after 11 o'clock kind of thing, well, 9 o'clock here for Spencer, is that the only thing as far as your neighbors, as far as y'all working right there and
yeah, other than that, I mean,
They're not
obviously,
impeding
just
you in
the
any kind
general
of way.
appearance, I think of it. But other than just the nuisance at night, I've not personally had any issues or heard of any complaints.
so no vehicles are in your way when you gotta pull out of your bays or
No, ma'am.
anything like that? Okay.
And hopefully they're saying they're gonna stop their operations at 5 o'clock, so you shouldn't have that problem. No problem.
Well, personally, I don't. It doesn't bother me on South Cherry Road, but
Figured it does.
I sleep good at night. But yeah, my staff, they're not too fond of it. But
Okay,
anything further from me?
That's it.
thank you, Chief.
Thank
You're
you.
doing a good job.
Thank you. Y'all have a great.
Stay safe.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Next is our Public Works report. I see Joel Taylor back there.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the board.
Good evening.
Is that on my page here? My paper in it. I put my glasses on so I can see. All of our regular services, they are running on schedule, and the leaf back did begin this past Monday, on the 4th. It's supposed to start on the 1st. We didn't start it on Friday. We started it on the 4th. So it's making its rounds, and right now leaves are falling. They actually are falling pretty fast. The maples and everything else are getting down. So we've been working on that. Our fall mulch giveaway, we had a very low attendance. Actually, we did 3 people. We delivered 1 load, we loaded 1 load, and then Miss Ledge actually came and got some right at the end. So with all the other activities that we've got going on, if we can find a weekend maybe this fall, we may re-advertise and see if we can do another one. But with the car show and other things going on, we'll just have to find a weekend, a Saturday, where we could do it. And then if the weather turns real bad, then it's not going to matter anyway. You know, they're not going to come. So, but we'll do what we can. Speaking of that, an update on the Halloween trunk or treat. I spoke with Wes earlier today, so I can put this out as public knowledge. They are going to have it. It's going to be the 31st on Sunday night from 6:30 until 8:30.
It's gonna take place in the Park Plaza parking lot, directly in front of Town Hall. They're gonna make kind of a horseshoe.
Okay.
I have also spoken with JR over at the, which I know we have a meeting with Duke Power on Thursday about our lighting in the parking lot.
Yeah.
But if not, then JR has been generous enough, I can use some of the light towers that we're gonna use for the cruise in,
Okay.
for that night. So he's been generous enough to offer those. He said he won't need them back exactly until Polar Express gets going, so we're still in a good time frame. So on top of that, it will be that night. I've got some information. I'm gonna get, ask Peter if he'll get it on our Facebook, and our website to make sure that it's advertised the best we can. And, they have put it on their website, and he's contacting their trunks that they've used before. So they're trying to get as many trunks as they can get lined up for the event. It's Sunday night. It'll be Sunday night, yes, sir. From 6:30 to 8:30 at the Park Plaza. And we'll put up a banner. He's got a banner. We'll put it up in front of the actual site like we do in the planner. We'll put it up, but we're not gonna do it till the Monday after the cruise in. I will put it up. That way we don't get conflict in who's gonna be where and that kind of stuff. So, but that's the update as of now. So the only way that we're seeing now that it could be canceled, would be if he didn't get enough participation as far as trunks. And that would be something, you know what I mean, he would let me know. But as of for now, that's the time and the date, so that's where we're going. We worked with Cindy quite a bit this month. Actually, if you've been on 17th Street, you notice that the driveways have been poured. She signed off on both culverts, and we actually got those. We've shot them, I don't know how many times with that pipe installed. The last time they had to actually raise it 8 inches. So that you saw the lower driveway actually get steep. That was so it would clear the 10-year storm. They had to get it up because the bottom, when they put it in originally, it was too low. From this side, or from the 17th Street side, it was fine. But going further down towards Pickett, the elevation on the ditch actually goes up. So they had to raise this to get enough head to make sure that it pushes everything through that pipe. So they got it squared away. They got the driveways poured, so they're in compliance. Everything's good, and Cindy's okay with it, so we're good to go there.
It looked good.
Yes, they did a great job.
Yeah.
They really did. They really did. Speaking of that, I have touched base with one of the property owners as far as the CCAP information, Mrs. Williford. I have spoken to her. I've left messages for several others that I had I could get numbers for. But we will be setting a date to have a meeting with, it's 5 property owners total. And I think one of them is actually the land trust. So that one will, which inevitably will be us. So, as part of the park, but Peter and I'll be setting a date, and we'll have either Zoom, informal, I don't know exactly how we're gonna do it yet, depending on what the preference of the people are. And get that information out to them. Cindy's gonna be, the end of this week or the first of the next week, she's gonna mark it. She's gonna actually go out there and paint where the lines are gonna be of what the area she's gonna be working in. That way they can kind of get a visual of what's going on.
Okay.
And then we'll get them in here to a meeting, and then we'll get that project kicked off. We're ready for it to start. We've been in touch with the events committee, Ms. Lentz, as far as the Christmas area. The star has shown up for the Christmas tree. I don't have a Christmas tree, just a star. So it'll be here as soon as it gets here. Ms. Lentz said, hey, I was expecting the tree first, but so we got the star, no tree. But we also been working with with her and the carpentry class over at the high school. They're making the storefronts. We went over and inspected one of them, saw exactly the size, what it's going to be, how we're going to move them, all that kind of stuff. So they're making certain stacks, and then they're going to be helping us set those up. We're going to transport them, but they're going to come and help us set those up. All of this is going to take place the week after Thanksgiving, between then and the 4th.
Joel, are they having a parade this year?
Yes.
Yes,
I'll
ma'am.
give an update on that. Yep,
Okay.
yes.
As far as I know, the last I heard, they were. going
I've
to
been
have the
sitting
parade.
in with that committee, helping
Okay.
plan. Yes,
Okay.
we are. It will
Okay.
be a traditional parade as we've
Okay.
done in the past.
So the parade is gonna
So
happen.
you're gonna get ready to do your little banners up in the middle of the street?
Yes, ma'am. All of that will happen starting, it's gonna fix to get busy.
Yeah, you get ready to get busy.
Between leaves, the parade, and then the event up at the church, it's gonna get really busy really quick.
How are you with your staff? Are you still low?
Right now, we're back up to where we were. We still had some illness coming and going. Today I was a little bit low. Actually, if someone saw me, I was on the back of the trash truck today.
Peter, why
but-
were you not out there?
Nobody called me and asked.
But I had a
You wasn't dressed properly.
right. One
Give him a jump
had a
shot.
doctor's appointment. The other one actually, a family member passed, and he didn't have a choice but to be off. So, kind of put me in a bind. But we're still at 2. There's some information about that I can't let out, but one's going to be taken care of very soonly. Soonly, that's not a word. Very soon, as far as being able to hire for that position. So, day by day is where we're going at this point. I know you mentioned some of the pictures, the illegal dump that's been on Newton and Lexington, depending on kind of where you want. The curve is the turn. So, we have spoken with the railroad. We had a representative come out and meet with James and myself yesterday. We've got a plan together as far as what we're going to do, and they're going to be very active with that, as far as getting that taken care of and that barrier put back up. So we'll be taking care of that very soon. The one that's there now is actually different than the one that was in the picture. That's a second dump. The first one was cleaned up, and then they came back. Somebody, or well, I'm not saying it's the same individual.
Is that happening through the people that's building houses? That's just, what is that? That's
it
too
is
big of a
building
break.
material. It is building material. From what we found, there's no household trash, so we have no way to track it down as far as any addresses. I've had the police go through it. Several of them have gone through the first one and the second one, and then the Norfolk Southern gentleman actually went through it to see if he could find anything. James went through it, so we haven't been able to. But there's going to be some things put in place to make that not as susceptible.
Well, one of the
I
things
don't
I'm
wanna throw it
wondering,
out there, but
yeah, it's monitoring devices that
yes, sir.
we could potentially move to various locations if we have known issues.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. So there's some of that going to be taking place. So it's, yeah. As soon as he gets me some he's getting me some signage from the railroad, because it is railroad property. He's going to get me some signage I'm going to put up. As soon as he gets me the signs and gets a crew ready to put that barrier back up, that cable, then he will line up a crew to come and clean up the mess that's actually there. So he's going to take care of all of that for us. He's just got to get it lined up with his guys to be able to do that. So I wanted to mention that. And one other thing, and I don't want to take up too much time, the project on 17th Street that was supposed to start, Donald gave me an estimated time. His materials are supposed to be here on the 22nd of this month. That's the earliest he could get the pipe, the boxes, anything. So as soon as he gets that in hand, he said, if I get them any earlier, I'll be there earlier. So I just wanted to throw that date out and make sure. I've let Mr. Muhammad know it's actually in his front yard. So I wanted him to know that this is the date that we're looking at. We'll get as soon as we get the materials, it's a go. So we're ready to go. With that, any questions that you may have for me?
Mr. Miller has a question about lighting.
Lighting, and I didn't bring the book. I'm sorry. It's back there. Well, in relating to me, what we discussed, the lighting, as far as adding lighting to the top of the new town hall building. Ours, I guess, was removed during the construction, of course, because the whole framework on the fronts changed. There's a couple ways that we can do it.
we can, either way, we're gonna probably end up having to spend some money to buy the fixtures, the actual, the plug-ins. I guess I'm gonna let Mr. Miller continue, so, or I'll keep on. It doesn't make any
Well,
difference.
I mean, what we're looking at basically is, Ms. Nance and me met today, we're talking about the lights over top of the buildings. And starting this late of the year, it's too late to try to figure out what we're gonna do with all these other buildings that have lights. Some of them are working, some of them are working right now, some of them burned out and everything else.
Now, you're talking about, let me clarify, Christmas lighting, right?
Christmas lights,
Okay.
white lighting on top of the building. So what we're talking about doing is, as late as it is try to, with the help of the town, purchasing lights to put on top of their building, which is roughly about 250 feet. I measured that today. And if we can do that, Ms. Nance has told me that she would consider putting it on the rest of the town hall, of the mall, excluding Dr. Washko. Of course, I hadn't talked to Dr. Washko, but she wanted to do this, but she wanted the town to make the commitment first that they were gonna do that. So that's why I'm bringing it to your attention, because we don't do something at this meeting in October, it won't be able to do it before, idealistically, we'd like to have them working the day of the Christmas parade.
Do we know the rough cost based on that footage?
We estimated it'd be less than $1,000.
So here's the thing on what you just got through saying. If you're gonna do it for the whole thing. Don't do it just for some.
Well,
or you just got through saying, well, we had, excluding Dr. Washko. I'm sure he'd get in on it too, but just saying, let's make sure that the whole thing is lit. Cause it's all going at the top, right?
That's our goal. That's our goal.
He just
to
doesn't
do
have a chance
everything
to
on the
talk to
top of
Dr.
the mall.
Washko yet.
Yeah.
So it's all going at the top, so
Yeah.
and you're trying to get everybody, even the pool people down there, the whole,
The pool people currently rent from
Rent
the
from the
Nances.
Nances.
Right.
okay.
So we're only talking about 3 owners, us, Washco, and the Nances, okay? And like I said, she won't make a commitment till we make a commitment first.
Makes sense.
And I understand, so that's what I'm trying to bring up tonight.
Yeah.
If we can make a commitment to do this and say that we are, then I will approach Ms. Nance and I'll approach Dr. Washko and see what, and I'd definitely want to consider keeping all the lights the same.
I think that if we don't do that, we'll look pretty foolish at our Christmas event when all the other buildings have lights and the town hall doesn't.
Well, and not only that, it's a new building, so why wouldn't we? So, yeah, I agree, let's do it, Steve.
See, the problem is the Spencer Partnership, so-called, or whatever it is, it's almost non-existent and everything. And we feel like it's really excluding the mall area, the other buildings in Spencer. We feel like, at one time, we had people to actually put lights up for the town. But now we feel like, now it should be the responsibility of the individual owners of the buildings to update their lights. It's not our responsibility, and right now, like I said, the partnership is kind of non-existent.
Well, that's not true. They're actually getting, this Winterfest event
It's one
is
of the things
is
we're
kicking
shooting
that
for.
off again. Yeah.
And Sky's working on that. And our goal is, after the first of the year, Sky can get everybody together and we can have an approach to this for next year so we can work on a better light system for the town.
And one thing I would add in about the lights is the lights we've used are glass incandescent bulbs that break easily, and I would hope that we can find a LED made of plastic that is going to be a little more durable.
Warm LED, not
Well, there you
not
go.
cold LED.
Apparently, there's 4 kinds according to the book we have back there. But I think that would be a good use that would wind up at something durable. And the board does have contingency available in the budget that this would likely take a small amount of that to accomplish.
Are you talking about temporary lights or permanent lights?
They stay up on the roof.
Huh?
They stay up on the roof year-round.
Year-round?
Yes, sir.
Do they burn all year?
Well, that's one of the guidelines we'd like to set up, maybe have them set What I've been told, they would like to start, the night of the Christmas parade and run at certain hours, and then eventually cut off at the end of January, after New Year's, as far as that goes. That would be our goal. Right now, the way it is, you ride down through town right now, and some of the lights are on some of the buildings.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's something we need to tackle, but we don't have the time right now to tackle it.
Right.
So, we want to decorate the new town hall and the mall for Winterfest and for the Christmas parade and for the holiday season. So, I'm trying to make a motion that the town would donate up to $1,000 for these new lights.
Is there gonna be additional charge by the contractor to put them up, or some other group is gonna put them up?
Contractor's gonna be the city, the town. I mean, Joe, I've already talked to Joel. Joel said that shouldn't be any problem for putting it up.
It's a straight run across the ridge
Yeah,
of the
it's
building, the roof.
Right.
and
We will
walkable
have
space, so-
assumed ownership of the building prior to putting those up. So it will be something that the town would put up.
we hope.
Okay. So there's a motion that has been made. Mr. Miller said he'd help put them up too.
I'll be glad to.
Absolutely.
I'll help too,
I'm glad.
just as long as I can get in the bucket truck.
Absolutely.
I'll come over
Absolutely.
All right, there's a motion by Mr. Miller. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second by Mayor Pro Tem. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none, all in favor? All right, all opposed? All right, that's approved unanimously. Thank you. And so, Joel, while we're talking about lighting, what is the update on the actual replacement of the Park Plaza parking lot lighting from Duke Energy?
We will know Thursday.
Okay.
But we'll have a plan. We'll have a better plan
Do
on
you know,
Thursday.
what are we looking at as far as lighting for that? And I asked because I've been able to go up and take a look at the Bell Tower Green Park in
Okay.
Salisbury and some of the lighting they have, and it's really nice, and it's
Right.
the,
Well, I don't know,
Okay.
to be honest.
So you haven't seen any?
I haven't seen
proposal
any
from them?
examples.
Okay.
The gentleman that's coming is supposedly gonna give us some sort of what we're gonna need to make sure that we have adequate lighting in that parking lot.
Okay.
And
So
then
he's
we'll kind of
been-
go from there.
He's been provided a lot of information, but he didn't want to start planning anything until he came to do a site visit, which we've attempted to follow up many times. And finally, this week, we're able to get him to come and do that.
Right.
And
Okay.
so,
And so then he'll provide some different options and styles of lighting and, okay.
and we've also, I actually talked this morning when Beth Nance was here. She wanted to coordinate with us. For her to do that, she has to contact Duke to tell them she wants as well, and they can do both together.
Yeah.
But, and she was planning to do that today.
Okay.
I let her know we would be there on Thursday afternoon though with them, and we could proceed hopefully in a coordinated fashion.
One of the things we just need to keep in mind is adjacent properties. You know, there are really not any residential property except for in the back of the facility. But I know that's one of the issues in Salisbury with the park that they've had is they put the lighting in. The lighting's great, it's pretty, but it's LED lighting. And so it's very bright. And the problem is some of their post lights, not the street lights that they have actually created some light trespass into the Fulton Heights neighborhood. And so some of the property owners have complained about it. And part of what they're doing, they're going to put caps on them, which will help downlight it. So we just need to think about things like that to make sure that whatever we're doing is not going to be spilling over into the surrounding areas.
That shouldn't be a problem.
All right, anything else? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, and we'll invite Faith in for our finance report.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Just wanted to update you on some of the things that I've been working on. Last month I reported that we were trying to get Public Works and Fire Department on the server, so they're now on the server, which means we can move forward with some of the other projects that we had planned on doing this year. And one of the ones that will kick off pretty easily is the purchase order module, and we'll have training on that next Thursday. So what this will do is streamline purchase orders and make us more proactive on those than reactive, because that is
something we are required to do. And
What
right
does it
now,
do?
our
You said it make you proactive out?
purchase
You
orders,
said it, yeah. you
purchase
said-
orders must be put on if they're anything above $250, like when you get a quote, before we pay the invoices, not at the time of receiving the invoice. So like if a department orders something that's more than $250, it will allow them to go ahead and put the purchase order on and encumber those funds instead of waiting until it gets in finance. At that point, it's pretty much pointless to do it then. So we've been putting them on sometimes when we get the invoice and then paying, when really it needs to be something that's encumbered before we make the purchase.
And that's something that improved greatly when Faith arrived. That was kind of a historical challenge we had. And our staff has been doing a much better job
They have.
of that. But the part, it gets down to our ability to pre-audit expenditures in accordance with state law.
So we have training on that next Thursday. So hopefully within the next week, we'll be able to use that module, and it should help all the directors and everyone be able, and it helps with budgeting too. So it should be a lot better for them. And since the budget analysis was printed off for everyone and put in the books, we've received some additional revenue. We are starting to receive more revenue for this fiscal year. We received our SRO annual payment from Rowan Salisbury County Schools in the amount of $120,358. So you'll see that line next month with that revenue received. And we also, since then, have received additional property and vehicle tax from Rowan County in the amount of $192,300. So revenue for the year starting to come in. We should receive our first payment for sales and use tax, sales tax, around the 15th of October. So those are always kind of on the tail end because of the way everything's paid out and collected from the state. And that's all I have for now. If anyone has any questions.
All right, any questions for Faith?
When you guys do things like we'll use right now the vendors for the laptops.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever you guys have to do your spending for that, are you guys going through when the request is done for like police laptops? Or is that something where this new system is going to make it where they get a quote, comes back?
No, the PO module doesn't do that. They still have to get their quotes. But what they're doing when they put the PO on is they're encumbering the funds. So it kind of holds the funds, and when the invoice comes in, it already shows that the money's been held for that invoice. But no, they have to still get their own quotes. It doesn't do anything like that. It doesn't shop around.
And I only ask this because it's obvious. I used to do that myself as far as having to order stuff. But for the past, what we've had here, it sounds like you're getting it pretty squared away. So thanks.
Well, you're welcome. And I think this will help everybody. And we've got a couple more that we're still working on the analytics module. They're still putting some of our data in. And so hopefully within the next month or so, we'll be able to roll that out. That'll help with budgeting. It'll help each department be able to see their budget better. And hopefully they'll, next year they'll be able to use that to input their budget needs. And it should kind of streamline some of that a little more than the way we're doing it now with Microsoft Excel and things like that. So it should make it a little more transparency for the directors, and hopefully I'm thinking the reporting might be a little better for what we give you guys. And it's supposed to be.
Oh, I know what I was going to ask you. As far as time reporting for staff,
Mm-hmm.
and they have to report in for time sheets, how is that being held accountable as far as, like a good example, I'll go back on for fire and police. How is that something that you do, or is that something they just bring to you and you put in the information?
the directors are responsible for gathering their, right now, as it is right now, the directors are responsible for gathering their employees' time. They do, and employees fill out time sheets, and so the directors bring that over to us. They fill out paper time sheets for fire and police. Public Works has a punch clock right now, but we are working with Clockwise. That is an electronic time system, so they'll be able to sign in and out, and then they'll punch. It's like a punch in, punch out type deal, and it's on the it'll be on a computer, so it's date stamp, time stamp, and they'll be able to request their days off through that. And there again, though, the supervisors will still approve before it's sent over to payroll for import and review.
You'll
You
also
handle all
allow
payroll,
a,
right?
Huh?
You handle all payroll. right?
Yes, yes.
And
It's
are you
reviewed.
gonna eventually have something where everybody's consistent? Like you got it where Public Works, they gotta hit punch time in and time out. But the other guys, they get to write in their time and,
With the Clockwise that we're going with, everybody will be on that.
okay.
So, everybody, police, fire, staff here, I mean, everybody will be using that. And employees that are exempt, they still have to put in their time off request through Clockwise. So everything will become electronic instead of paper. That'll already help with retention records as well, because, you know, having things electronic makes that a little more easier and manageable.
Yeah.
And it's a better timekeeping record
When
as
will
well.
that start?
We are in the middle of working on it. We had our first training a couple weeks ago. We ran our first test file today. There was a couple little things we are still tweaking. And we're still working. They still got a few things to do with the police department. And once we get everything finalized, we'll start rolling it out. We're going to roll it out in increments. So we'll start with maybe admin first and test that, see how that goes, and then bring in probably Public Works would be the next, because they're a little simpler, and get them accustomed to it. And we'll make sure that everything is running right, and we'll just, before we go full force. So we'll start adding departments on slowly.
So what's the ultimate rollout? When do we intend to be done with it all?
Hopefully by December. So we're in talks with them now to make sure that we want everything right, and we need to make sure that the files are coming over the way they should, everybody's time set up the way they should. That fire and police, they're properly set up as well. So
And then on that system there's the card and computerized access. Is there any visual confirmation too that's done, any recording or anything like that?
Yes,
Okay.
it will be able to print off time cards if people need them. The employees, one thing about it is employees will be able to go in, sign in themselves. They'll be able to see their pay stubs. They'll be able to actually view their available sick time and vacation time. When W-2s get ready to be processed, they should be able to go in there and see those. I mean, it's going to be a whole lot more user-friendly for the employee as well, instead of what they have now.
All right. Any other questions? Ms. Sledge?
I wanted to ask about the figures throughout for workman's compensation.
Mhm.
Is that workman's compensation insurance that we're paying, or is that actually workman's comp that we are, that we're paid to employees?
Oh, no, that's
It's the
insurance.
Okay, because I noticed that a lot of it had been used up already.
Right, they bill us at the first of the year for the whole year,
Okay,
and so that's what that is.
that makes sense. Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Anything else? Thank you very much.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for all you're doing. All right. And last is our library report. Ms. Craven.
Good evening, Mayor and board members.
Good evening.
In the report here, there were some students that come over from Essie May School, and we currently have the computer set up now at the library. And there's been some usage, not too much, but you know, it's gonna take a little time for everybody to get used to having that computer there. And Beverly has been working with some of our local libraries to learn a little bit more as far as resourcing. And so she's been working with Canva, and it helps her to make certain flyers and different trendy things to put on a Facebook page. And there's been quite a bit of visitors from like Salisbury and other parts of the county that has visited the Facebook page, and she's kind of been keeping up with that information. And we've got more followers on the Facebook page. It's up to 430 now.
All right.
Thank you.
Any
Her-
questions from the board?
I thought her report about the career field trip is interesting. It's coming up next week.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else? All right, thank you very much. All right, and we will now receive the town manager report from Peter.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the board. Did want to highlight a few things for you. Of course, our construction project moves along, and thanks to those who were able to attend the tour a few weeks ago. I think you could see that we're really getting into the short rows. This month is really a lot of activity on finishes and getting to the point of project closeout. We're going to have things like appliances being delivered later this month, and right now there's a lot of lighting going in. There's a lot of painting happening. After that, all the painting's done, the flooring will start to progress more. So things are moving along well there, and we're currently on track to get into punch list in November, cleaning in November, furniture arriving in November, all that sort of thing, and then closing out the project. Right now, the week of November 19th is when the contractor's planning to get to the closeout phase. And of course, the Winterfest group is planning on, as part of the kickoff, an open house on Friday, the 3rd of December, where folks can come in and tour the building. So I think that would be a great thing to have happening together there to celebrate. One thing that we know is lingering with the project, there is going to be a natural gas generator as part of the building, which currently has a lead time, even though the order was placed. I mean, it was like a year-long lead time, I believe, if I remember correctly. But so the generator is not going to be coming till March or after, and so that'll be a part of the project that will be lingering out there. And in my mind, we likely would want to develop some sort of change order, I suppose, to recognize that known fact about the time frame, and so that will likely be coming to y'all.
Is that like a backup generator?
Yeah, so that right now we don't have one in this building, and so that will be helpful to us. And apparently it's fairly quiet, given that it's a natural gas versus a diesel generator, and a lot easier in terms of not having to do some of the maintenance issues. To just be fed in with natural gas line, and will work as needed. We did get the order in for Chromebooks for electronic agenda purposes. We don't have a delivery time frame established yet on the order, but we did get that order placed. And for your awareness, we shared this with y'all last week, but we did publish an RFQ for design services related to our Yadkin River Trailhead project. Of course, the town had done some preliminary concept work with Vinesh, which is the firm that did all the work for Davidson County, but we need to follow our qualifications-based selection process for, to go to the next step in getting construction documents and administering the project together. So we've got a RFQ out there, and in coming months we'll hopefully be able to recommend a firm to you for that, and start the process of getting that project underway.
Very good.
Be happy to answer any questions.
I got asked about the $750,000. What are we doing with that? Where are we at with that?
On the CDBG grant,
Yeah.
the state has yet to initiate that. The North Carolina Department of Commerce is the entity that's administering that funding. And despite us hearing our award last Thanksgiving and getting some documents finally, I believe in February or March to accept it, they've yet to have the remaining step of actually initiating the project. So
My understanding too is the first delay that they indicated was because they were also at the same time, that group was responsible for processing all of the state PPP loans, and they were totally covered up with that. I don't know what the latest excuse is, but we're at the mercy of the state right now. And how often are we checking in with them on that?
I don't know that we have recently. We certainly can and let y'all know what the
Yeah, I was gonna say persistence on a monthly basis might pay off. We might aggravate them enough that they decide to
Maybe give us the money.
give us the
Be
money.
sure to get the name of the person and the time of the call too. That helps.
And I know that earlier this year, we had some direct contact, with folks on it, and it just was. They didn't really establish a time frame then of when they thought they would be able to. And I don't know if any of this, the latest rounds of funding that are flowing through the state is causing this or what, but we'll certainly check and let you know.
It doesn't hurt if we recommend a time frame for them.
Sure.
When we would like to begin, like yesterday.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yes, I have one. I sent Peter and Stacy an email in which I expressed my displeasure with the website and the fact that if you go to our website, it lacks a pull down button or at the menu somewhere on the splash page. We have another cruise in coming up in less than a week and a half, and our big Winterfest, the first 2 weekends in December. And there are several ongoing events as well, smaller events, and nothing is posted on our website that people can access and plan. And I would like that changed. If we're going to be able to communicate with our community, we've got to have that at least on our website. There is an events rollover, but it's at the very bottom of the splash page. It's in a line with contact us, but it's off on the very bottom. I would like for Peter to contact Miller Davis, and I've already done so myself, and talk with the personnel there about adding a pull-down menu that reflects the town's events, not just big events, but also smaller events that we can get onto that page. Church events, civic group events, kids events, anything that's going on with Spencer. When you click on the little events, the word events at the bottom of the splash page, again, it pulls up a calendar, all right, but it's nothing but meetings.
Mm-hmm.
And
Looking at it right now.
I don't want that. I want something big at the top of the page along with the rest of the menu items fit in there somewhere that says, events, and people can go to this and pull it down. And, other than going and knocking door to door, I don't know what else to do. And I'm frustrated that fact that we still don't have that information up on our site.
So.
You know, that was one of the things that aggravated the crap out of me about our old website, was that there was information on there that was 2 years old or older. And there's, you know, we set a goal to be current and projected to the future and tell people what our goals were and what we're doing. And if we're not doing that on our website, you know, what's the point? So I would like that to be a priority, to get that information up and get it changed. I can't remember the gentleman's name at Miller Davis that is responsible for doing the website. It'll come to me after the meeting's over. It always does. But
Is it Donnie?
that I would like for that to happen.
Was it Donnie?
So right now,
No,
it's
it's not
got new
done.
website coming soon on here for us. So,
Well,
That's the old one. That's
The
the old one.
website, it's spencer.nc.gov.
I'm at it right now.
Yeah.
And so, anyways, going back to what Sam's saying, I'll back him on that because we met several times over this with Miller and Davis, and they assured us that they would stay on top of this thing here. And one of the things about this board is we keep getting information and doing things that needs to get out to the community. And for some odd reason, we can't get all the great things that we're doing and saying out to the community other than a mere Zoom meeting. And the community's paying too much for this website and this company not to fulfill what Alderman Morgan is saying. So Peter, whatever you can do, get these people to do their job.
Right. Plus, I think we had a contract for them to update it, keep it current. And I know there's stuff on there that's been up there ever since they first dropped the website, you know, so.
Key is
some of
we've
that
got,
stuff
we've got
that
to make
scrolls
sure
over. It's the same stuff.
that we are making them aware of those things. And
We
so-
have been, or we?
No, I said we need to make
Oh,
sure that we are.
okay.
Well, and that's the manager's job, right?
Scott Klein, I think, is the gentleman's name that at Miller Davis that's working on this.
Yes, Peter, looks like you want to say something?
Yes. And I apologize for the events. We have gotten that corrected. In terms of getting those, we do have the calendar on the front of the website, and once our friends at the Spencer Partnership have their new website ready, which I heard is within a few days. It's going to be spencerexperience.org. We're going to get a prominent link to that on our website as well, so that whether it's Winterfest or other events to come in the future, that's where all the information is going to be. And so that's the information on that. The other part of our website is, we at some point need to make the transition where we're able to do some internal management of it. That's something I actually saw Mike Miller a few weeks ago, and he mentioned he was going to be reaching out regarding the website. I hadn't heard from him yet, but I'm going to be reaching back out to him. But I think that's one of the next steps we need to take, is to make sure our staff can get the training so that we can take some of this on in-house.
It's pointless to go through Miller Davis to
Yeah.
come back and do something that Stacy or one of the staff can do.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about simple things, not just the big events. If there's a little league game, if there's something involving a church event, something involving our schools. I mean, that's what I want posted on there, so people will say, hey, let's find out what's going on in Spencer this weekend or next week, and go to a pull-down menu that has nothing to do with zoning meetings or historic preservation meetings or our meetings, but events for Spencer. So that people can, a calendar or something like that people can go to and see what's coming.
And not just reposting other organizations stuff on our website. So we don't want to turn it into like a Facebook or anything like that. I mean, we want our stuff generated to go out, not just taking other groups like Friends of and so forth, having them prepare material for us to regurgitate back on our website. We should be able to generate the stuff that we're doing, period, not what others are doing, and that we'll repost them, you know?
Okay, any other comments? All right, very good, thank you all. All right, our next agenda item is we are going to receive an update on the Salisbury Avenue Corridor Grant Program and adopting a resolution establishing the Hometown Innovation Grants. Attachment 6 in your notebook.
All right. So I want to be brief, but this is a somewhat complicated item, so I do want to be thorough. So this group will remember that in August, you adopted a new facade grant program, the Salisbury Avenue Corridor Improvement Grant. And what that did was it increased our typical annual budget, which had historically been $2,500 for facade grants, up to $10,000. And it increased the per project award from $500 to $2,000. Now, what has happened in between then and now is that the Salisbury Community Development Corporation has received a $25,000 grant from the Duke Energy Foundation. And the reason that the Salisbury CDC applied for that grant on behalf of the town is that municipalities were, for whatever reason, not eligible to apply. And so the Salisbury CDC technically received that money, but what's going to happen is the town will be adopting the program through which those funds get administered. And so initially, we had a number of options for how we wanted to move forward with this program. We could keep the Salisbury Avenue program as you adopted it, and then have a separate application process for the Duke Energy money. But we thought it would make more sense to have one single streamlined application process rather than asking people to apply to two separate programs. We're trying to reduce the barriers of entry for people to receive this money. And so what I've proposed is, and what you've received in your packets, is an updated facade grant program for the 2021-22 fiscal year. So for this particular fiscal year, the Salisbury Avenue Corridor Improvement Grant would be replaced with the new program, which we're calling the Hometown Innovation Grant, using the terminology from the Duke Energy Foundation. And what that does is it accomplishes a number of things. First of all, the amount of money that eligible downtown, I suppose I should back up and just give a general summary of the program. So eligible businesses here in Spencer that have a storefront space, that includes commercial businesses as well as civic and other sort of nonprofit organizations. As long as you have a storefront, you can apply for facade grant funds to do facade improvements, pedestrian furniture, new signage, lighting, basically anything that you can think of that would improve the appearance of these businesses. So that's what the facade money is for. Previously, you could apply for up to $2,000, but you had to put a dollar-for-dollar match to receive any funds. So if you applied for $2,000, you had to put in $2,000 of your own, and the maximum project would be at least $4,000. What the Duke Energy money does is it allows us to increase the maximum award to $4,500. And here's where it gets a little bit complicated, but it's clearly outlined in the program. Let's say you're a business and you're interested in applying for these funds. You can apply for between $500 and $2,000 without having to put forward any of your own money towards the program. So you could say, I'm interested in applying. I want $2,000 to put up a new sign. If you want to apply for an additional $2,000, then you can do that, but you have to put in a match, a dollar-for-dollar match. So feasibly, if let's say a business wants to put $2,000 toward a project, they could get $4,500 in grant assistance. And so the Duke Energy money essentially just helps us increase the impact per project, and it allows us to fund more projects. So all of that is explained in the guidelines, but we just thought it would be best to have one single streamlined process this year. Now, the biggest change is that there's going to be a deadline. the Duke Energy Foundation has established a deadline of January 31st for the town to award or to announce who's going to receive funding. That complicates the usual process only because with the previous facade grant, we had until the end of the fiscal year. Now, because we have to get it done by, we have to get awards announced by January 31st. What we're doing is we're going to put a 2-month application window, and the deadline for people to submit applications is going to be, what was it, December 1st, I believe. And so what we're going to do this week, given, provided the board approves the program, is we're going to launch actually tomorrow. We're going to put out a press release. We're going to put it on social media. We're going to update the website. We've actually, thanks to Sky, we've already been working with the Miller Davis, and we have a website already launched and ready to go. So I guess the most important thing to note is that because the application window is so short, the town staff, we're going to have to make sure that we are getting the word out, letting people know that this is an opportunity that they can apply for, that there's a set deadline, and that there's an application process that they have to go through. And I will be handling all applications and providing guidance to business owners who are interested. So what you're being asked to do tonight is simply to adopt a resolution. And what that resolution does is for this particular fiscal year, it amends the program to reflect the new money that's available through the Duke Energy Foundation. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask. I know that this is a long agenda item.
All right, Ms. Sledge?
I do have a question. Okay, the deadline is January 31st for the awarding of the grants. How much time do they have to complete the project?
So the project, ideally through the end of the fiscal year, but they could feasibly ask for an extension, particularly given that parts of these funds are going to come from the Duke Energy Foundation.
Right.
And so there's no particular need to get it done by the end of the fiscal year. I think the town does have the ability to allow extensions beyond the end of the fiscal year. At least in Salisbury, when we had facade grants, there was a process to do that. I would assume that we would have the same type of process here, or at least it would be an option.
Once we have a grant awarded, and I know where, when I was with the city of Concord, we had a neighborhood matching grant, that once we awarded a grant, they actually had a year to complete it, and we would put a purchase order together basically for the grantee that would encumber the funds and hold it, even if it went beyond the fiscal year, as long as, and they of course had different reporting requirements they had to do, than to, at the very end, submit their final report and invoices and that sort of thing, and that's what the reimbursement was based on.
The way our budget has worked in the past, the money that was in the budget, if it was not used, it did not roll over.
Unless it's encumbered,
Okay,
right? If we encumber it, then it can roll to the next fiscal year and it counts against that. It doesn't go back into fund balance.
okay.
And I will just say, I do think it's important that we keep that option open, particularly given the shortage of materials and contractors are backed up. We just want to make sure that once we award these funds, that we allow ample time for the project to get completed.
Mr. Miller?
Yeah, if by the January deadline, if not all the money is used, does that go back to Duke Energy as far as that goes?
What would probably happen is, so part of the guidelines that y'all are asking to adopt is a system for prioritizing projects. So projects will get a score based on the quality of the proposal as well as the overall need. And so one option would be if we find that for whatever reason we don't get enough applications and we have a surplus amount of money, we could either award the highest scoring projects more money, or alternatively, we could simply have a second application window, which might be a better option. It might be more fair, and just encourage people to say, this money is free money, so you can apply for it. I think what we try to do is make sure that we get a sufficient number of applications in so that we don't risk having money left over.
So Kyle, one of the questions I had, you mentioned putting it on the webpage, sending out a press release, posting it on social media. is there any direct outreach to our local business owners that's going to be done?
Well, the first thing I'll say is I've already spoken with a number of downtown business owners to make them aware that this is an opportunity. I think certainly we'll be doing a concerted effort to reach out to these eligible properties to let them know that this is available. That could include even a direct mailer. It just depends on if we can get a mailing list that's reasonably small that we can afford to put out sort of postcard type notifications. That's something that we could potentially explore doing.
All right, any other questions? Mr. Bish?
So, Kyle, so there are 2 grant programs that you're trying to get approved through this resolution?
No, so what I'm asking for you to do is, so the Salisbury Avenue corridor grant, which y'all approved,
Right.
that will be in place next year. What I'm asking you to do this year is, because we have an additional $25,000, and because the Duke Energy money comes with certain strings attached, like different deadlines and different matching requirements, for this current fiscal year, we're going to replace the Salisbury Avenue program with the Hometown Innovation program. And so what I've included in y'all's packets is I gave you a copy of the Salisbury Avenue grant, and then I gave you a copy of the new guidelines, which will be in effect this year. The new guidelines are substantially similar to the Salisbury Avenue grant, but there are several areas where I just had to update the language to reflect the new money available.
So Bob, what it will
So
do.
you're putting to the side the Salisbury Avenue corridor
Until
grant
next year.
Until next year.
Yeah.
And we're gonna approve the Hometown Innovation Grant tonight.
And basically,
Possibly tonight.
Bob, basically what it does is it pushes the Salisbury Avenue corridor grant improvement, pushes it till next year.
Right.
The one that we're going to talk about tonight essentially keeps the Salisbury Avenue corridor grant improvement program in place. But what it does is it layers on top of it the $25,000 from Duke Energy that we have to award this year. And so it basically allows us to give more money away this year than we would typically do because of the grant that we got from Duke.
All right, so we don't need 2 separate resolutions?
No, the resolution 21-023 is in there from our August meeting, just for reference, I believe. So the
Oh, I
one that
don't
we're
see it.
considering
It's in here?
it is.
Yeah.
So the one that we're considering tonight is at the very last page of this attachment, but the other one is in.
Okay.
It's in here.
Yeah, it's in there.
It's 3 pages in, I think.
Right, okay. Okay.
And I will just point out the Hometown Innovation guidelines are 90% identical to the Salisbury Avenue grant. There were just certain areas I had to go in to update the language and provide additional supplemental guidance specific to this particular year.
All right, so you're still using the project score and the matching grant to weigh the projects, is that correct?
Yes. So each project will still be ranked.
And that money from the matching grant will come from the town's
Yes.
piece of it, the
So-
10,000 that we allocated.
Yes. So what'll happen is, let's say you have a $10,000 project, you can get $2,000 free, essentially. But if you want to apply for an additional $2,000, you'll need to put in a dollar for dollar match. And that money is what comes from the town. So at the very end of the process, the applicant will get 2 checks. One of them will be from the town, and one of them will be from the Salisbury CDC. But that's something we'll deal with administratively at the end.
And the maximum amount anybody can get is $4,500.
That's correct.
Okay.
And I think I will just point out, I think I may have misspoke a little bit earlier. You can get $2,500 free, and then an additional $2,000. Yes.
The same language in regards to the pre-approvals
Except
and
for the
and authorization
monetary.
still stays in place, correct?
That's right.
Okay. All right, let's go.
Ready?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I make a motion that we approve resolution establishing the 2021-22 Hometown Innovation Grant.
All right, there is a motion to approve resolution 21-023. Is there a second? Second. So motion by Mr. Morgan, second by Mr. Miller. Any further discussion? All in favor? All right. All opposed? And that is approved.
Thank you very
Thanks
much.
for all the work.
Thank you, and,
Getting
and
this
like I
done.
said, we will be launching this week.
Awesome. Very good. So, if you frequent any businesses in town, make sure that they, know about it. Okay. Next item is considering receiving a status update on the Spencer Community Garden Project. And this is attachment 7 in your agenda book.
Good evening, Board of Aldermen.
Good evening.
All right, so this is Amy Ray. Many of you know her. She is one of the owners and proprietors of Pinocchio's, a restaurant right across the street, basically. And she is our liaison and main partner with the Spencer Presbyterian Church, and we've been working very closely with her on getting this community project going. So, you to go to the first slide, please. So this is just a brief outline of what I'm going to be updating you all on tonight. So first topic is the temporary demonstration garden. The second topic is what we plan to grow in the demonstration garden. And all the rest of the ideas are the more long-term plans, which include accessible community garden guidelines, communities we're going to actively include as gardeners and volunteers, sponsored bed ideas, potential event ideas, and miscellaneous garden additions that we hope to get rolling once everything is settled. So the plan for the original temporary demonstration garden is a group of 1 to 2 raised beds in the plot of land behind the Spencer Presbyterian Church. Myself and Kyle have created a memorandum of understanding that will run between when it is signed and January, and a waiver for volunteers to sign, which grants access and the ability to make improvements on the plot of land. This will be signed by the president of
the corporation with the Spencer Presbyterian Church. They are about to elect new, I guess, seats, if you will, for their corporation. And as soon as that is done, hopefully that will be this week. As it's understood, the president of the corporation is able to sign as for the church as a property owner, if you will. So hopefully that will happen this week.
So it will be signed by the next president and by our town manager. And once that is done, we will be able, volunteers will be able to get access and make improvements on the property. So Amy Ray and Anthony are our main, could you go back? Thank you. So they are the ones who will be helping construct and maintain these beds during the first demonstration garden phase. We have a new resident in Spencer called Todd Spencer, who is a woodworker, and he will be constructing those first few beds. The irrigation plan is through rain barrels filled by the rain and by the fire station right next door.
Yeah.
And the first stage of financing will be, as understood, plans are still evolving, will be done through the church. Future plans will have a more rigorous and planned out financial structure. Okay. So on Monday, I went to a demonstration at the local agricultural institution, and they demonstrated different plans for winter gardens. And one of the things that was demonstrated was this very interesting hinged bed cover. This was pretty simple to make, and it really fulfills the sort of attention-getting aspect we're really trying to get with this demonstration garden. It's extremely functional. It will allow us to begin gardening earlier in the spring, and one of the best parts is it's entirely removable. The hinges, which are invisible in these pictures, are able to be removed and taken off during the summer planting season. And the man who did it was able to do it in about half an hour and has volunteered his services to help us build our own. All right. If you want to second. So we are also planning on investing in a high quality sign. This is not the final product at all, but something I mocked up a couple days ago. This will give people obviously contact information. We really want people to be involved. We want people to be aware of what we're doing, and we really want people to volunteer their time. So we are hoping to put a good foot forward and let people know what we're doing here.
Check your spelling.
Oh, yes.
You see that, Pat.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
After teachers, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, you-
All right. So can we move on to the next one? So because we're pretty much past the fall planting season, what we plan to do is plant sort of winter cover crops, which are great nitrogen fixers in the soil. Things such as alfalfa, oats, rye, Australian winter peas, and pansies and mums, which are a great winter flower. In come spring, all of these can be tilled back into the soil to make it more fertile, and we can hopefully have an even better spring planting season than we would without. Okay. So moving on to the more long-term garden plans. So once the demonstration garden has, we may have an additional MOU in between January and when these long stage plans happen. But the plan is to eventually turn over all planning, fundraising, and maintenance efforts over to the volunteer base we were hoping to cultivate, pun intended, with the demonstration garden. We will create a more long-term MOU, and finance-wise, plans are to create a 501c3 account with that tax status, and a governing board composed of CAC members, church representatives, and volunteer representatives to keep that money and spend it in trust. So something I am really passionate about and really want to have this town garden do is having accessible gardening. That means garden that is a gardening process that is accessible from the beginning, so that this is not something that needs to be done back in. The plan doesn't have to be redone, nothing needs to be torn out, but this is something that we invest in the landscape from the beginning. So that would include sloped points of access and firm surfaces for mobility devices. Along the same thread, areas between the beds will be at least 3 feet wide. Part of the joy of raised beds is that because they're at 2 feet, it is entirely accessible by wheelchairs and other mobility devices. Mobile seating, which can pretty much just be chairs you can pick up and move around as needed. And my eyes have been opened to the wonderful world of adaptive gardening tools, which are, for example, if you have hand tremors, it is a sort of almost jelly-like cover of tools will allow it to remain stable while you work. There are extenders that can be put on standard tools. There's a whole world of wonderful things that make gardening accessible to pretty much everybody. Thank you. So I've been researching communities to actively include in gardening, and ones that we have actually large populations of in Spencer. For instance, elderly and retired people. These are the people that have a lot of experience, a lot of time, a lot of energy, and also school groups. We want to get the young people involved in gardening. So that could include summer camps, homeschool groups, biology classes, nutritional classes. We have the Veterans Center down the road, and I was reading a lot about how gardening therapy is extremely helpful for veterans. Also, we have a lot of new American communities, including a lot of German communities and Korean communities in the area. And being able to grow perhaps food from home would allow them to integrate more into the community, feel more accepted, and make great community connections. Also, gardening is a wonderful thing for young parents to do with their children. And a plan I have to, for the ones that aren't necessarily going to be super helpful, is a sandbox where they can sort of imitate their parents but still be involved. Also, like as in I was saying earlier with the accessible gardening, it's wonderful to include disabled people in our garden because they are so often left out of public life. And we want this garden to be a long-term project, and our volunteers will age, they will become infirm, and we want them to still be a part of the gardening process. So these are just some fun sponsored bed ideas that we had for the future. This could be heirloom flower and historic plant beds, restaurant-specific food beds, mushroom gardens, wildflower beds, native plant beds, herb gardens, scent gardens, pizza gardens, pollinator beds, medicinal plant beds, church beds, and school beds. Just perhaps like these could be sponsored by any of these organizations. They could plant what they want. They could promote their work and get a greater involvement in the community. These are some event ideas, which are obviously far off into the future, but things to push for. So this spring in Charlotte, I went on the Secret Garden Tour, which was a great tour of the 4th Ward District Historic Gardens and their community gardens they had there. It was a really well-attended, very popular event that had local restaurants and breweries along this garden path where they're providing samples. It was a great time. There was probably a couple thousand people coming through that weekend. Another place we could take inspiration from is UNC Charlotte's plant sale. Again, thousands of people come through there. It's a great fundraising opportunity. It's a wonderful educational opportunity. Community dinners are also a very popular thing among community gardens. It's a way to engage the non-gardening members of the community, also more low-income members of the community. Also, I like this last one. Yoga classes and community gardens are, I think, a match made pretty made in heaven. And these are hopeful plans for the future, so bird, bat, and owl boxes are a great feature that bring birds into the area. We could potentially work with the Rowan County Beekeepers Association, and a beekeeper who might not have their own property could plant boxes on site, which would really benefit the garden having a local pollinator source. We could have a composting center, including a worm bin. Volunteers could bring their scraps. The garden itself would also produce bio-waste, which would aid in creating our own fertilizer. We could also get manure from local farmers. Rabbits, cows, goats. It's useful stuff. Bird baths, bird feeders. When I was researching a lot of community gardens, the art opportunities were pretty spectacular. They're a great way to allow people to sort of take ownership, bring sort of life and color and brightness to their area. A shade area. This one was a bit rustic, but there were a whole bunch of different examples of places where volunteers can sit together. That ties into the below example with the picnic tables and benches, which could potentially be sponsored, donated in honor of a loved one in a community space. Vineyards are also an up-and-coming popular community garden topic. Also berry bushes and orchards. Carolina is actually a great state for blueberries. Sunflower houses, orchards with potentially fruit and nut trees. Cooking space and fire pit. And stage area where we could have classes, cooking classes, music, lectures. The options are pretty unlimited. And the last slide I have here is what I was mentioning earlier, like a sandbox for kids, because we do want young parents to be able to be part of public life while not necessarily leaving their children at home. And also, I think the signage examples I found online were pretty spectacular. And a lot of the ones I found had all the languages of people involved in the garden, so that it's not just English people involved, it's everyone involved. All right, so that is the end of our current short and long-term community garden plans. Do you have any questions?
How big is the piece of property that this is planned for?
I'm not exactly sure the dimensions or size of it. So on First Street, it's a Spencer Presbyterian Church, and then there's a lot right next to it, which is right on South Salisbury Avenue. That's the lot that we're speaking of.
It's probably 50 yards by 50 yards, I'd say.
It's a decent piece of property. It's not directly in front of the church. It's an empty lot to the side of it. I believe it's on 2nd Street and Salisbury Avenue.
When I'm thinking about orchards, I'm thinking, yeah.
This was a lot of, future
Right,
goals and
right.
plans, and basically stating that the sky could be the limit for this. The possibilities are endless as to how, this could grow and become something even park-like setting for our community. It just
It
depends
wouldn't
on.
always necessarily always be on that one space then.
It wouldn't, or it would.
Well, I'm thinking, like a vineyard and orchards, I mean, does that space have enough space for
Well, not for-
expansion like that?
I imagine for one apple tree, or clearly it's not big enough for.
And Amy,
a
we own
vineyard.
that piece right across from the area you're
Yeah.
talking about too. So we actually own two pieces.
Are they all gonna be raised beds, Amy, or?
They're all going to be, yes, the goal is to have them all be raised beds, mainly because.
Good,
from
because
being-
I was gonna suggest if you had to dig down into the ground,
Right.
I'd be glad to loan you my jackhammer and explosives. It's anything like my backyard.
I know, well-
Nothing in there but quartz rocks.
The object is to have this with the raised beds. It, God forbid down the line this doesn't work out. We would be able to take all of this away and restore Spencer Presbyterian's property back to the original state that it was. It wouldn't necessarily disrupt the property of the church. So that's one of the goals and intentions of having a raised bed, is that later on down the line, if volunteers kind of stop volunteering or things like that, that's not the goal. The goal is to make this thing grow and but worst case scenario, we would be able to restore the property right back to the original as it is.
I think you'll spark a lot of copycats. I
Yeah.
hope so.
That's a good
too.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks good. The only concern I have is the placing of, you're probably gonna need a fence to contain the kids that are in there, so they don't run out onto Salisbury Avenue.
Well, that's like, the park aspect of this is later on down the line. Mainly what we're trying to do right away is the demonstration plots to start to get this thing moving, because there has been interest within the community. There has been a flyer sent out through the mail. Kyle had sent and worked on that and sent it out through the mail. There is interest in this project. It's basically getting it started right now. So Anthony and I, for Pinocchio's, and if we can do 2 boxes, and Anthony and I would sponsor the other box. But mainly it's just to get them going so that way people can kind of see and start to visualize what can happen. That's our goal. And if we can start it now, I know it's not really the growing season, but there are plenty of things that we can put in the ground just to kind of pique the interest. And then it would be ready to go for the springtime. And hopefully if we can get some more involvement in this, we can build more boxes before the spring planting season. The object is to just kind of get it off the ground right now.
And I bet you could probably get some sponsorships from the local businesses like Lowe's, Godly,
Yeah.
and Tractor Supply, a few other things.
Right. And in the early concept of this, at the Community Appearance Commission meeting, we had a woman, her name is Ashley Honbarrier, and she is the executive director of Happy Roots, which is a 501c3. And she came to speak to the group about her experience with gardening. She has several community gardens throughout Spencer, East Spencer, Salisbury, at schools, nursing homes, and things like that. So she came to address our group kind of with ideas and inspiration and how this stuff kind of works. And she has agreed to kind of help us with startup and get it going and things like that, and give us some guidelines and advice as we're going. So, and she has a lot of different opportunities presented to her through her Happy Roots organization that perhaps they could help us with a discount on soil or, things like that. There was a person that had a felled tree in their yard and he had made benches and things like that. And those were all donated to Happy Roots. So I think the partnership and the information that we're getting is quite interesting, because there's a lot available for these types of things.
Yeah.
So it's been.
You're tapping so many sources out there, so I think
Right.
it'd be successful. Church may have to knock down one of the buildings to give you some more land, I think you're gonna run out of land.
And there has been, a lot of people that are saying that they are interested in everything from donating seeds to contributing financially to this. So it's quite encouraging that this project can really take off and be beneficial to our community.
Good job. Good
This,
job.
this one down here, I won't call any names, but he's eating my kale plants right now.
And another thing too with the garden is, any produce or anything that is grown, eventually our goal is to donate it back to the community, whether if it's through, a little free pantry or some kind of program that we can give this food back to the community. For instance, if Pinocchio's has this garden going and we're growing things, our intention is to give it right back to the community.
Well, if you have a pizza plot, yeah. I'll volunteer to eat the content.
Right. You could take home the tomatoes and basil and make your own.
I can bring you some basil if you want it. I've got a bunch of it right now.
Very good. Anything else?
Very good presentation.
Good presentation.
Thank you. Thank for all your work on
Yes,
it. We
thank you.
appreciate, Sky, your work,
Thank you.
Thank
and
you for volunteering.
Amy, and the work of the church, and being willing to be a partner in this. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm excited about it.
Good.
Very good.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Next on our agenda is item 14, and that is related to setting a public hearing relative to a proposed annexation agreement with the city of Lexington. And to give you an update on this, you did receive some additional information that was included that you received tonight. And then you should have received the information from Mr. Deese earlier today related to this. And so what this effectively is the city of Lexington is looking to annex a portion of property in Davidson County. They are, I believe, within 3 miles. That property is within 3 miles of Lexington, current Lexington city limits, but it is by chance also within 3 miles of the town of Spencer corporate limits relative to the finishing company site. And so based on North Carolina statute, they are a municipality that's in a situation where another municipality is within 3 miles of the area they're wanting to annex, must enter into an agreement with the other municipality that municipality is agreeable to them moving forward with the annex, basically saying that we don't intend to annex that property now or in the future. And since it is in Davidson County, as I mentioned on Thursday, I wouldn't see any reason why the town of Spencer would ever try to annex across the Yadkin River into Davidson County.
You never know. Other
You never know.
Towns and cities have done just that.
Do we know what they're planning for over there? Is it going to be the development? Is it housing or is it commercial?
I'll let Peter, the town manager in Lexington, has reached out to Peter so he can give an update.
Yes, the understanding is that they are planning a economic development project. I don't think it'll be residential, from my understanding, and I don't really have a whole lot of details I'm able to say right now about that because it is an economic development project for the city of Lexington, but that's the understanding.
Okay. And so my understanding is the intent would be to hold a public hearing at our next meeting, correct?
Yes, I believe the draft provided there is a resolution that Mr. Deese has drafted in this packet that you could adopt tonight that would set a date of November 9th for the public hearing.
And that would be our next regularly scheduled meeting. All right, are there any questions on that?
So this resolution is just for
It's
us
just to set the public hearing.
hearing. That's
Correct.
it, right? Not agreeing to any
Correct.
agreement. Mhm.
Okay. So I will entertain a motion on resolution 21-024 to set the date for the public hearing relative to the annexation agreement pursuant to General Statute 160A-58.24 between Town of Spencer and City of Lexington, setting that date for 6 p.m. on Tuesday, November the 9th here at Town Hall.
I move that we adopt this resolution.
All right, there's a motion by Ms. Sledge. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mayor Pro Tem. Any further discussion? All in favor? All right, all opposed? All right, so that date is set for our next regularly scheduled meeting in November. Thank you all. And item 15 is consideration of approving group insurance renewal rates for 2022. This is attachment 9, and this is based on the presentation that we heard from Snow Benefits. And I did do a bit of calculation. It looks like we budgeted in for this current fiscal year, $302,000 for overall group insurance between all of our departments. And what they have proposed, the $254,000, which is less than what we're paying this year, is approximately $48,000 less than the original budget amount.
Yes, the budget anticipated a 10% increase in group insurance costs.
They don't pay for lights.
Yeah, so that was good news. So, so with that, is there any discussion on the presentation or on the insurance renewal rates for this year? All right, hearing none, is there a motion to approve?
I so moved.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Sledge. They keep beating you, Steve.
Okay, just as long as you- just as
Any
long as
further
you-
discussion? All right, all in favor? All right. All opposed? All right, those are approved. And again, Peter, we just want to make a note, make sure we remember that next renewal cycle that we look at not only Snow Benefits, but other providers out there for comparison.
Understand.
Okay? Very good. So we have reached the end of our agenda items. So we will now receive requests and comments by the mayor and board members. I will start with Mr. Miller.
You get to speak now?
Yes.
How about that?
Sorry, Steve.
You beat me to it every time.
Sorry.
Do two shout outs tonight to Stacy and her staff for an outstanding newsletter I got last week. Y'all did a good job. And also another shout out to one of the unsung staff members that we have in Spencer, and that's Miss McCray down in the library. She's doing a good job. We don't commend her as much, but she's getting people involved if you read the reports. And I think she needs to be commended for doing an outstanding job.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Miller. Ms. Sledge.
I probably should have said this at the beginning of the meeting, but I just want to acknowledge that yesterday was Indigenous Peoples' Day, and just acknowledge that the land we are sitting on was once belonged to Native American tribes who lived in this area, and to recognize them, and to also recognize individuals who are in our community who may have Native American blood, and thank them for being stewards of the lands that we now enjoy.
Thank you, Ms. Sledge. Mr. Bish.
I don't know. I really don't know what to say. I've been debating on how I'm going to wrap up this tenure with this board as I'm looking into the sunset of service. Because I think this is the last public board that I'll probably be on. But I just wanted to, commend this board for the amount of work that they do. I've seen a change from years ago and how things used to be handled, and a lack of information and a lack of commitment to the community that this board seems to relish in making sure that people understand what's going on, that information is passed out to the community. And I think we also need to continue to hear from the community, keep reaching out to them and get some responses from them. Like on the same web page, there's really no entity that gets them into the web page, but I think we can probably work that out. But I guess just to be about good service. I think we just need to continue to provide good service, and I think all the rewards will come after that. So, good luck, boy.
Thank you, Mr. Bish. Mr. Morgan.
Two quick things. We've got two hearings. Are they gonna conflict, or are we gonna do them back to back? Yeah, one.
One is that Thursday of our pre-agenda,
Oh, the pre-agenda.
and
Sorry
then
about
one is the Tuesday.
Gotcha. Sorry about that.
Correct?
Yeah,
Peter? Yeah.
Yes.
my fault. I really don't have anything to add. You know, I hate to see him go. I hope you will come back and harass us and hold our feet to the fire occasionally.
Just come back, don't harass us, okay?
So, and
Sit back in the back, be quiet.
trouble with a capital T over here. Miss her as well. I still, yeah, and come back to what he said. Our community still is not fully engaged as I had hoped it would be by this time to you know, or at least that's what I hoped 2 years ago. There's still much work to be done. Yes, we've accomplished a lot of things, but there's still a lot of work to do, and it's, you know, it's like life. It just like Forrest Gump. It's like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. I would hope and pray that our citizens continue to put forth their best efforts to, again, help this town grow and be better on a continual basis. So I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Ms. Hovis.
Both Sam and Bish kind of hit great points with this board, and mainly Bish with the same thing of, for me, seeing the sunset. I got to see it before you guys got here. I get to see it while you're still here, thank God. So good luck to you. But no, seriously, I just, I want you guys to remember something while you're sitting up here. And this is one of the things that I was very pleased to say. I got put up here for a reason. God puts us here for reasons. And I do believe that I was here to help protect the town and look after the community as not only a taxpaying person, but as one of the leaders. And we look after people when we sit here and we do what we're doing and stay here to about 10 o'clock at night. And we're looking out for the community's needs. We're looking out for the community's monies. And so if we question whether it's the agency heads or the manager, that's our jobs to do that. We're here for speculation purposes. We're here for the reason why the community keeps coming and bringing us the little letters saying this didn't happen and that didn't happen. That's what we're here for, because we know we took that responsibility on. It's not to roll your eyes just because you received another letter. Just know that's your duties. And you elect to do it 2 more years. And I expect for you guys to protect and look out for this town as much as what I've already seen. Now, on the other end of this, I want to always thank the staff that keeps this town running. Stacy, I definitely want to put a shout out to you, because I know there's a lot in behind the scenes that a lot of people don't see that you do. And then the same thing with the fire chief and Faye. I got to see a couple things happen on my watch with just you guys coming in and doing some of the things that I've just seen that a lot of people don't see you do. All I can tell you is you guys got a great group here. I've seen municipalities fall apart because everybody don't get along on the board, and this board does, and that's what's also making this work. So y'all keep it up.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Mine will be brief. I do agree with everything everyone said about our outstanding staff. I don't think we could find any better staff anywhere in the state. I have been in contact with the schools and a couple of updates. The North Rowan area schools, the 3 in Spencer, are going to start awarding a student of the quarter, and I am going to get it presented at the school rather than have parents and students come up here due to COVID concerns. And also sometimes it's just difficult for them to get here. I will be probably getting that done sometime in the first week of November. And I would like for us to give a certificate, and Stacy, I'll come up and talk to you about that. And maybe if there's any way we could give like a small gift card to an area business or something. I mean, we're only talking about 3 students 4 times a year. I'd like to give them something, like maybe a $10 gift card to Roger Dogs or Hendrix or even Food Line, because I see high school kids in Food Line all the time. So that's something we can think about. And I'll come up and talk to you, Stacy, about that and see what we have available. Also, North Rowan High School is in need of tutors. They have a special center for after-school tutoring. Christy Marlin McCrae, who came up here and spoke to us as community liaison, is in charge of setting those up. If any of you who work up here at town, or any of you who are out there listening, are interested, you can contact the high school and tell them you want to talk to Christy about tutoring. And if you forget that, just call me and I'll set you up with talking to Christy, because I'd like to see us able to jump on board and help the students. And we've heard some really good results from that. So.
I saw in the paper that the Literacy Council was also
Yeah.
doing some work with North Rowan High School.
They are. They help train, and you have to go through background checks and all that too before you work with students. So, I think we'd all pass.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Final comments that I have. I was going to update the board and the community. We are doing our Christmas parade. The 'Tis the Season Spectacular Parade will occur on November the 24th. That is the Wednesday before Thanksgiving. As it always has, it will be a traditional parade. It will start in Spencer, and it will end in Salisbury. At the end of the parade in Salisbury, they're going to have an event in Bell Tower Green with a concert. So that will kind of be their Salisbury's tree lighting and their kickoff. And then, of course, then the following weekend, we will be kicking off our parade or our holiday celebration with Winterfest on December the 3rd. And so with that, we've been working with the parade committee and lining up. I think we're going to have a very good turnout from Spencer with professional floats from several of the businesses in town. And then I know we've talked about wanting our town to have a professional float if we can. I think it would be great if we did that and had town staff and board members all on a float together as opposed to riding in cars separately. I think it shows our teamwork and that we're all in it together. And so if the board is interested in that, Peter and I can work towards making sure that we get all that lined up. And it will be a Northern Rowan area themed float. I've already been able to pick out the one that we want, so.
Next year we can ride on the new fire truck.
Yeah. The other thing I'll say too is we've had some of the larger businesses in town that have also stepped up and are going to be sponsors in the parade as well. One of which is donating their float, and we're talking with them. Hopefully they're going to donate it to the North area schools so they can have their own professional float. So lots of exciting stuff happening there. I think the holidays in Spencer are going to be rocking, so it'll be fun.
What time was the parade?
It, starts, no, here it starts
Two.
at 2 in Salisbury.
Starts at three
Or
in
it's in
Salisbury.
Spencer, and then in 3,
Three
yeah,
in
3 in
Salisbury.
Salisbury. Yeah. Okay. The only other thing is tomorrow afternoon, I'll be participating in a virtual meeting with Central Carolina Council of Governments. It's their quarterly meeting that they have. And I think they're reviewing their, annual report. And so I'll be participating in that on behalf of the board. All right. That's all I have for this evening. And so with that, we've reached the end of the agenda. Is there any need to go into closed session tonight?
Yes, briefly.
Okay. So is that a motion? There is a motion by Mr. Morgan,
Second.
second by Mr. Bish. I think that was Mr. Bish that said second, right?
It was.
Okay. All in favor? All right, all opposed? All right, we are in closed session.